Ladies and gentlemen, we will call this meeting of the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County to order. It's been customary for many years that we begin our meetings with the pledge to the flag and observe a moment of silence in memory of all those who have sacrificed for our freedoms in this country. It is strictly voluntary. Mr. Barnhart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, if he will call our first case at 10 a.m., case 6375, please.
All right, case 6375, an application to change the resident licensee from Timothy Catrocco to Courtney Whitbecker for Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Courtney Whitbecker, Colleen M. Hunter, Lindsay L. Corin for the use of OG of Westminster Inc. Trading as the Olive Garden Italian Restaurant, 500 Gorsuch Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157 in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have notice of public hearing dated February 25th, 2022. Notice of public hearing for this case dated February 18th, 2022. A February 10th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Timothy Catrocco, Colleen Hunter, and Lindsay Corin. A January 10th, 2022 letter, a similar letter is postponed. There's a January 7th, 2022 letter from Leanne Schreckengoss to Joe Vance and the Board of License Commissioners. And then there's an application, and the application includes character references, driving record, stock sheets, criminal background information, corporate information, stock sheets, and workers' comp insurance, and corporate information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case to please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Leanne Schreckengoss with Royston, Muller, McLean, and Reed here on behalf of the Olive Garden.
Did you say that 3 times real fast?
Leanne Schreckengoss, Leanne Schreckengoss, Leanne Schreckengoss.
Thank you. Please,
You're very
please
welcome.
proceed.
Thank you very much. As Ms. Vance indicated, or Mr. Dixon, we're here for a change of resident agent. Timothy Catrocco is moving out of the county and will no longer qualify as a resident agent. So Courtney Whitbecker, who is a longtime Carroll County resident, is taking his place on the license. So if it's okay with the board, I'd like to go ahead and qualify Ms. Whitbecker as an applicant.
Yes, ma'am, please do.
Could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Sure.
It's Courtney Ann Robbins Whitbecker, and my address is 4705 Old Hanover Road, and that's Westminster, Maryland, 20158.
And how long have you been a Carroll County resident?
Whole life.
Has any of your personal information changed since we filed this application?
No, ma'am.
No felony convictions or violations of the alcoholic beverage laws or gambling laws?
No, ma'am.
And could you please tell the board what your role is with Darden Restaurants, the parent company of Olive Garden?
Yeah, I'm a general manager
And how long have you been with Darden?
since 2006.
And you're also an assistant secretary of OG of Westminster, Inc., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And a 27% shareholder in that entity?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that as a license holder, you would have to answer this board should any violations occur at this restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
You agree to accept those responsibilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you financially interested in any other place of business in Carroll County?
No, ma'am.
I turn it over to the board for any questions you may have of Ms. Whitbecker.
Gentlemen, do you have any questions of Ms. Courtney?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to introduce you to her character witnesses, if that's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If you guys take a hold of the base of those mics and pull them closer to you.
Yeah, don't be afraid. If you have children, just act like you.
They do. We were just discussing children. Christy, could you please go ahead and state your full name and address
Hi.
for the record?
My name's Christine Rebecca Holman. My address is 1786 Upper Ford Lane, Hampstead, Maryland 21074.
And how long have you been a Carroll County resident?
Pretty much my whole life,
And how long have you known Ms. Whitbecker?
since 2006.
And would you agree that she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Does the board have any questions of Ms. Holman?
No questions at this time?
Amber, your turn. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure, it's Amber Anthony Roten, and my address is 4708 Warner Drive, and that's in Manchester, Maryland, 21102,
And how long have you been a Carroll County resident?
since 2008.
And how long have you known Ms. Whitbecker?
2008.
And could you please tell the board whether or not you agree she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time. I would turn it over to the board.
Gentlemen, any questions?
I have no question, character witnesses.
Ms. Whitbecker, what percentage of interest do you have in it, in this?
I think it's 26.
It's 27.
27.
27%?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed your address. Westminster?
Yes, 4705.
And Ms. Whitbecker, how many years have you been working with Olive Garden?
Since 2006.
Are you aware of any violations that they've had in the past?
No.
I believe they've had two sale and minor violations, 2019, and correct me if I'm incorrect.
I don't have the form in front of me, it should be.
I can tell you, you are correct. It's 2019 and
Okay.
2021.
Okay.
That is accurate.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, she did tell me that. My apologies.
Did I understand you to say you were assistant manager or
General
manager?
manager.
Let me, at what location are you a general manager for?
Oh, I'm sorry, in Hanover, Pennsylvania.
You've previously worked at this Westminster location, correct?
Correct.
And you are in constant contact with the general manager of this location?
Yes, all the time. We're very close. She's my best friend.
Her name is Amber, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're the general manager in Hanover.
Yes, sir.
You won't be in the daily operations here in Westminster?
No, I won't.
You're just on a license for convenience for the
Yes, sir.
corporation?
So will you be visiting the Westminster Olive Garden?
Yeah, I usually go in there and stop by and see how it's doing, because I know a lot of the people in there.
So are you aware of their policies for liquor?
It's been a while, but I have gone over them, yes.
So let me ask you, in Hanover, do you accept vertical license in Hanover?
Yes.
Do you know whether they do in Westminster or not?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay, I would think that was something you might want to be interested in knowing.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go in for it all.
You don't have to pass this on, we're looking.
Yes, you do.
It says, drawing record. Let's see.
No, I haven't seen it.
Counsel, just so I'm clear, there's an application and we're taking Timothy
Cotroco.
Cotroco off and adding Courtney Whitbecker, but also we're adding Colleen Hunter and Lindsay Corn?
No, they're current licensees for
Current,
this
okay.
location. Yes, sir.
So they have been on the license?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I
Yes.
got it.
They're a corporate entity.
Correct.
And they live out of state, so they're not here.
They both work at the corporate office in Florida.
Yes, I remember we had a little snafu here several months ago or a year or something ago, trying to get somebody to sign something on behalf of the corporation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the names of the two character witnesses. Could you give me the names again?
Christine Holman,
Did you spell your last name?
Hollman.
Amber Roten.
Rhoten?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the other licensees are out of state,
That is correct.
and this young lady lives in Carroll County.
Correct.
But I was looking at the file, I might have missed this, but you're not gonna be involved in any of the daily operations.
Correct.
So there's no licensee directly involved daily with
I can
storage.
tell you that Ms. Hunter is involved, not physically on site, but she is their legal liaison to this restaurant, and she is in contact with them on almost a daily basis.
Okay.
So there is involvement, and Ms. Corin is actually the director, the legal, in-house counsel for Darden. So they are both actively involved, not on site, but on a regular
Okay,
basis.
Great, okay,
I
and
can
you say they're
also-
both attorneys?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can share with you, Ms. Holman, one of the character witnesses right here, has been at the Westminster location for 24 years.
Okay, thank you.
I was gonna ask, you have a character witness from Hampstead and Manchester, and this restaurant's in Westminster, and now I know why, they probably go to Hanover, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Your two character witnesses are from Hampstead and Manchester, and you're the manager in Hanover. And it was just amusing to me that you're from Westminster, that you had Hampstead and Manchester character witnesses. So maybe they go to Hanover more than Westminster.
Yeah, she works with me. Amber works with me in Hanover, and then I worked with her when I started. So I've known her a long time.
Have there been any drinking, driving violations in your history, driving history?
For me, yes.
Seemed to be about 9 years ago or longer.
I think it was longer than that, yeah.
Ms. Whitbecker, are you TIPS or TAM certified?
Yes.
What kind of car do you drive?
A Dodge Durango.
What kind of car did you drive in the 12 and 13?
Toyota Yaris.
A what?
A Toyota Yaris. Very small car.
Must be pretty quick, does it? Or was it?
The Yaris.
Yeah.
It was good on gas, that's why I had it.
Oh, and counsel, I'm sorry, you did say 20%, 27% is the ownership interest.
Correct.
Do we have a letter of resignation from the current resignation
You should, yes.
in the file?
In addition, Mr. Petrocco also signed the application as consenting to transfer,
Great, thanks.
certainly.
This in,
Yeah.
Ms. Courtney, you as the manager, you say you have to, well, in Pennsylvania, you have vertical license as well as Maryland. And there's a difference in when they have to be renewed and so forth. What's your policy in Hanover on Maryland vertical license?
We accept them as long as we check the ID and they're of age.
You check a Maryland vertical license.
Yeah, we always ID everyone.
You ID everyone?
Yeah.
Is that the policy in Westminster?
Ms. Holman, can you speak to that?
Right now, we pretty much card everyone if they look under 40.
So you have an age limit?
Yeah.
Hanover does not have an age limit. They card everyone that walks in there.
Yeah, it's my role, just so we don't violate anything.
And what does the Westminster restaurant have regarding vertical licenses? Is there any restrictions at all?
We don't accept them.
Okay, don't accept them. Okay, but they're accepted in Hanover with ID.
Yes, sir.
I mean, with checking the ID. A manager or just a server?
Server. We have ramp certifications that they have to take a test, and it's Hanover's law for it, so they know to do it. So the servers do it, and bartenders, anybody that handles alcohol.
Do you have a corporate handbook, procedures and policies?
Yes,
And it's the same for all franchises or all stores?
yes.
And you're involved in the day-to-day operations in Hanover.
Yes, sir.
How many restaurants are you responsible for?
Just one.
Just
And that's
one?
Hanover.
Although you now have a vested interest in this location, correct?
Yes, correct.
Is the corporate, are they both corporate stores, Hanover and Westminster?
Yes, sir.
And you own 27.5% of the owning corporation?
Of OG of Westminster, Inc., which is just responsible for the Westminster location.
Westminster.
Correct.
You have no ownership in Hanover?
Yes.
You
You
do or
do.
do not have
Oh, I'm
ownership
sorry, I do have ownership.
in the Hanover location?
How much?
I believe it's the same amount.
Is it the same corporation that owns Hanover?
It is not.
Is not?
So you're the licensee in Hanover also?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been the licensee there?
5 years, I do believe, since I became a general manager.
If I can qualify that just for the record, in Pennsylvania, the licenses are not issued to individuals as they are here in Maryland.
Okay.
She's an officer of the entity, therefore she's a named person, but she's not a licensee as we would interpret it here in Maryland. Pennsylvania doesn't. Pennsylvania actually issues the license to the corporation,
Okay.
whereas here in Maryland, we issue it to the individuals on behalf. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
Thank you for clarifying
You're
that.
certainly.
So not a licensee in Pennsylvania, but an officer of the licensee.
Yes, sir.
You have another young lady back there, does she intend to testify, or?
She will be happy to speak up at the board. She's the Director of Operations for this Westminster location. This is Ms. Brandy Deloach, and I believe you all have met her before in the past. Do you have anything you would like to say?
But I'm more than welcome to answer any questions if you have any on behalf of all.
Can you go to that center microphone there, please?
Sure.
State your name and address for the
Brandy
record.
Deloach, 810 Harvest Terrace, Newmarket, Maryland, 21774.
And your position now,
I'm the Director of Operations. That includes the location of the Westminster Olive Garden, 1522.
and how many others?
I have 8 other locations that range from West Virginia to Pennsylvania, down into Maryland to Baltimore.
So who's responsible for the day-to-day operations on premises?
The day-to-day operations on premise is handled by the General Manager, Amber Magera.
Unfortunately, she's in New Jersey today, couldn't join us.
So she skipped down on
So
I'd rather be in Maryland than New Jersey, but that's beside the point.
do most of your establishments have a licensee that actually come to the establishment every now and then?
No. So I, for instance, am on the license for Frederick. However, I visit the location in Frederick probably 3 times a month.
But you do visit it though, right?
Correct.
How many other people are on that license in Frederick?
3 other people that are all also Frederick County residents as well.
So they're probably there more than you are then?
No, they don't work in the day-to-day operations either. It's very similar to Lindsay Cran and the other licensee for Westminster. They do have something to do with the operations, however, they are not on site or in the field in operations directly.
So you're telling me it's not abnormal for your corporations to have licensees that never even come to the establishment, right?
No, sir, they do work remotely, and then they're also part of a legal team that supports our business structure.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? How many employees are at the Westminster location?
Approximately 80 to 90. We do hire very often, so that number fluctuates. As of February 28th, there was 96 employees at that location.
And how many of them are full-time?
Probably about 70% of them.
How many managers do you have at the Westminster?
4.
4 general managers who,
1 general manager along with 3 department managers.
at any one time, how many managers are on premises?
At any one time, there's always a minimum of 1 for responsible alcohol sales, food safety, and things of that nature, but there can be up to 4 in the building at any time as well. On most days, there are 3 managers that work per day. So there's always 2 in the building typically on those days. However, it can fluctuate based off vacation and flex time.
What are the hours of Westminster operation?
11 to 10. We close at 10 o'clock every day there.
7 days.
Yes, sir. Also, for that location, we do have our corporate responsible alcohol sales, but we're also on an enhanced alcohol sales program as well, along with having a third-party company that comes in, that's a BARS program, that supports to make sure that we're safely protecting our community and being responsible with our sales of alcohol. Due to the 2019 and 2021 incidences, we have taken extra measures to make sure that we can be safe for the community and for our team.
You mentioned enhanced.
Correct.
What is that exactly?
So for instance, our corporate standard is the age limit of 30. However, for our enhanced, is the age limit, as Kristen had stated, of 40. There's also additional training that comes along with it, extra learning modules, daily talk-ins about responsible alcohol sales. We have our Zios on the table. They're the little computers. They have special extra features where they can plug in the date of births right there at the table. Gives them prompts to make sure that we're being responsible. We also don't accept the vertical license and other enhanced features just to make sure that we're safe. Also, they do a compliance report check every single week to make sure that everybody is completely trained in all of these, and no one can safely sell responsible alcohol sales by themselves until all of the training has been completed. And that's validated both by the general manager and myself every week.
And the compliance check is what?
100%.
No, I mean, how do you do it? How do you perform it?
Oh, there's computer modules on our system that's in real time, so they can be updated instantaneously. So we check those every week to make sure that everybody in our computer system, once you get hired, You get a set of tests and modules and learning activities, and you can't go on to the next official trained place until you've completed all of those. So they can't go live until they've done it.
Oh, I see, okay.
And the trainers validate and stand, and the managers validate it during training as well to make sure that they're in compliance and that they have to get 100% before they can move forward. If they don't, they just have to keep retaking it until they get it right.
Yeah, okay, so when you say compliance, you're talking about training,
Correct.
as opposed to testing
Correct.
or a tester.
Training and testing.
Well, I mean, testing with an underage volunteer coming in, or actually a third party coming in with someone who's underage trying to get served.
Correct.
You also have that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the BARS program, correct?
That is the BARS program, yes, sir.
That's the company, BARS is the company that does the
So
secret
they
shopping.
send someone in,
They
They send
do.
someone in to try to purchase alcohol.
so do they do that in Westminster?
Yes.
Correct.
Restaurant.
It's a third-party company we employ to make sure we're in
So do you have
compliance.
a record from each restaurant, how many times they've passed and how many times they've failed from the bars?
I can get that information for you, yes.
How often does BARS visit?
Once a month.
And I'm sure you address every failure if there's a failure immediately.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, we don't have any other
Thank you.
questions this time. Inspector Benford, do you have anything to add?
Every time I've dealt with the management, they've always been playing cooperative throughout this thing. I know we had a problem at one time about people under 21 working the bar. We just addressed that, and they so far have everybody over 21 working behind the bar.
How long ago was that, Mr. Benford?
6, 7, 8 months ago.
Someone under 21 was working behind the bar?
Correct.
And who would take responsibility for that if, by putting someone under 21 behind the bar?
That would be the general manager, correct?
Correct.
How's business?
Good,
Is it?
yeah, it's
Okay.
picking up, which is nice.
Good.
Thank you.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No, sir.
This time, would you like to make any closing remarks?
The only closing, what I would like to say is that one thing I didn't advise the board is the day-to-day operation of this location is not changing. Ms. Whitbecker will be placing Mr. Catroco, who was not involved with Darden at all. He, would occasionally visit the restaurant, but he had no other affiliations with Darden. Ms. Whitbecker is a general manager for Darden, has been with the company for 26 years, has very tight ties to the Westminster location, and I would ask that the board approve her as a licensee.
Gentlemen, any final questions, comments?
Yeah, sir.
How long was Mr. Catroco on the license? Can you tell me
I
that?
believe it was 7 years.
7 years?
I'd have to go back and look. I think it was about 7 years.
Okay.
With that, if there are no questions or comments, the board will decide the merits and render a decision.
Well, Mr. Mr. Barnhart, one thing I will say is that the Olive Garden, in my opinion, are very responsible management and establishment. They do community service for most of the high schools, which we do appreciate that. I don't think that they would put someone on the license that they didn't have respect or confidence in.
Well, I agree with those comments. I think clearly this young lady is fit and proper person to be on the liquor license as a resident agent replacing Mr. Catroco.
So with all that said, I would make a motion if the chairman is acceptable of that.
Yes, sir, please do.
I would make a motion to accept the application, to accept the transfer from Timothy Catroco to Courtney Whitbecker for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering to be issued to Courtney Whitbecker, Colleen Hunter, Lindsay Corrine for the use of Olive Garden Westminster, trading as Olive Garden Italian Restaurant.
And I will second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that this board approve the change of resident licensee from Timothy Catraco to Courtney Whitbecker. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question has nothing to do with, well, it would. How much catering business do the restaurants do?
We do not as much as most of the restaurants around us, just because we don't have a lot of, I guess, big buildings or, hospitals around too much. So we're pretty coasting with it, I guess is a good way to put it. But it's not our biggest for us. There's some-
I just, for some reason, when the BC was in there, it struck a number. I'm just curious as to carry out. Excuse me, carry out's one thing, but
Ms.
catering.
Holman, do you do a lot of carryout at Westminster?
Our carryout does pretty well, yeah.
Yeah.
But how about catering?
I think the biggest-
I'm not really involved in the to-go side, so I'm not sure exactly how much catering they
We
do.
do about 30% carry out and about 12% of that is catering.
Is that right? Thank you.
Yes. At that location specifically.
Good.
And as Ms. Whitbecker said, it very fluctuates. Owens Mills is close to a hospital, so they do probably 40% carry out and about 25% of that is catering.
I was just curious.
It's a great question.
I don't see a little truck running around Westminster like Chick-fil-A catering.
The Olive Garden
The
van.
Olive Garden catering,
If you all would, just be sure you exit the same way you
Yeah.
came in, because they need those badges back.
Thank you,
Or they'll be
ma'am.
holding the building at 5 o'clock.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
they
much.
recycle them.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the
and
rest
Good
of
luck.
your day.
Appreciate it. What's her?
How are you? Congratulations. Yeah.
What's her name?
Yeah,
Miss Leanne? Miss Leanne? Next time you come, I wanna hear you do that 3 times real quick.
I'll start out that way without you having to ask.
Thank you.
You know Dave Trooper across the street from you?
Yeah,
We work with them as well, so don't mess up, we have enough people. Mister, come on up.
Okay, Joe, we still need to wait till the next one's over? This time, I would like to ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to please call our 1030 case 6379, please.
Okay, case 6379, an application to replace the resident licensee Stephen Tiedemann with Andrew H. Vance for Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Andrew H. Vance for the use of GT Westminster LLC, trading as the Green Turtle Sports Bar and Grill, 830 Market Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing dated February 25th, 2022. Notice of public hearing dated February 18th, 2022. A February 10th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Andrew H. Vance Esquire. A February 3rd, 2022 letter from David F. Mister to the Board of License Commissioners. And then there's an application, and the application includes character references, driving record, SDAT information, workers' comp information, workers' comp insurance information, criminal background information, corporate information, operating agreement, stock information, registration resignation notice, a lease, And operating agreement. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Thank you. We'll accept that in evidence. Excuse me. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Mrs. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You may be seated. This time, Mr. Mister, if you'd like to proceed, welcome to Carroll County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Brawning and members of the board. Let me say at the outset, to the best of my knowledge and information, Mr. Vance is not related to Mrs. Vance of this board. Although I think they may be acquainted with each other. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this is a change of corporate officer, the resident licensee. As you know, the Green Turtle has been a licensed entity in this county for many years. It's been a part of the corporate operations for about 10 years now. It was a franchisee at one time. Some of their restaurants are franchises, some are run by corporate. We have with us today, besides Mr. Vance, we have Mike Wells, who's the Director of Franchise Operations, and Shelley Collins, who's the Director of Human Relations on behalf of the Green Turtle Franchising Corporation. I would proffer to you, and of course it can be supplemented by the testimony, that Mr. Andrew Vance is a member of good standing of the Bar of Maryland. He's been a practicing attorney for over 35 years. I have known him since 1982 when he came to my law office as an intern from the UMBC and the UMBC legal internship program. And apparently his experiences there did not discourage him from pursuing a career in the law. He is well recognized in his field, which is construction law. As a matter of fact, he is occasionally employed by the Carroll County Board of Education for construction matters through their outside construction council. And he does represent a number of other Board of Educations in the state of Maryland on construction law matters. I only offer that because, as the board may be somewhat aware, construction law and the regulations having to do with governmental projects can be very arcane at times and require a lot of understanding of nuance. Being a licensee, a resident licensee, and not an operator, I think will be a very easy task for Mr. Vance. We do not expect him. He's not going to be on premises on a regular basis. He's not going to be an operator. He's an accommodation party. And that's the reason, obviously, we've invited Mr. Wells and Ms. Collins here to talk to you about anything about the ongoing operations. And having said that, I'd like to invite Mr. Wells to offer some testimony about how the operations have been done historically, what you're doing right now, what your policies and practices are, particularly with regard to identification of patrons to make sure that they're of appropriate age to purchase and consume alcoholic beverages and other activities you do so as you comply with the alcoholic beverages law, the general laws of the state of Maryland, and particularly to make sure that you're not disturbing the public in any way. Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. State your full name and address for the record, please, before you testify.
Yep, Michael Wells, 6990 Columbia Gateway Drive, Columbia, Maryland, 21046.
Thank you.
Name is Michael Wells. I'm the Director of Operations for the company. Been employed by the company for going on close to 20 years now. So seen this particular store from the onset of opening from a franchise location, the transition to a corporate store, and then obviously till today. Sat in front of the board here a few times now through different instances and altercations that we've been summoned. Overall, I think the operation does a very good job, and it's been one of our leaders through the COVID pandemic. both from a management team and obviously just from a guest satisfaction scores that we receive from there. From an alcohol standpoint, we take it extremely serious, both at the top level at the corporate office, down to the servers and the bartenders. We require everyone to be tip certified within 30 days of employment. We've been ramping that up till its fullest extent in the last probably 9 months after the COVID wave kind of hit. So that is all compliant there. All the managers that are on duty are all certified. We always have a supervisor manager on duty. And I think in the last 12 months, operations there from a alcohol standpoint have been top notch.
Mr. Wells, what's your policy and practice with regard to the identification of patrons to determine they're of age to purchase and consume alcoholic beverages?
We have a policy of carding everybody at that location.
So even an old guy like me will get carded?
We're with a smile.
Okay. And what, you also have a policy and practice that all of your servers and management team are aware, and they're instructed that any patron who appears to be visibly under the influence of alcohol will be refused service. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And do you know at this point in time how many servers you have at the Westminster location?
It varies. It's ramping up because sales there are ramping up. Total employment's around 50 employees. We probably have, give or take, 20 to 25 servers.
Okay. And as you say, the policy is that within 30 days of hire, if they don't already have a certification, you will make sure they go through a TIPS or TAM or some other controller certified alcohol awareness training program. Is that correct?
That's correct. And even if they don't have TIPS is required. So if they have a TAM, we still have them go through our training.
Okay, I understand. And what are your standard hours of operation?
During the week, it's from 11 to midnight, and on the weekends till 1 a.m.
Okay. And I know that you're cognizant of, but I take it that you pay special attention to make sure that your patrons are not causing a disturbance to the community, particularly when they leave the establishment in the evening?
Yep, all managers are very aware of that.
Questions of Mr. Wells from the board?
Mr. Wells, what's your policy on vertical license?
We do not accept vertical licenses.
And you said you have a card-all policy, so everyone that comes in there, if I were to come in there, they'd ask for ID?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you aware of any violations that you've had in the past 5 years?
Yes.
Could you tell me what they were?
We had a cadet, underage cadet, I believe it was about a year ago.
21?
Yep. I think it was 20. I think the hearing was in 21.
Okay.
They had one. Might have had two.
20 and 21.
They had one 1/13/21, and then they had one 7/14/21.
Those are
And
the hearing dates of the.
And a fine suspension was reinstated 7/14/21. So 1/13/21, 7/14/21.
Okay.
So that's 2 violations in 2021.
Yes.
Well, those are the hearing dates. So
Those are the hearing dates.
probably the January
It was
21
20.
happened in December.
2020.
Keith, do you have your,
I didn't make copies, so you should have it.
I have them. It was, yeah, one was 2020, and then the other one was 2021.
Yes, the fine was $300 fine suspended in January 13th, 2021, and that was reinstated July 14th, 2021.
okay, so within a 12-month period, there were 2.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, since those last violations, have you made any changes?
We ramped up staffing. At the time, during COVID, staffing was kind of up and down just with sales, so we committed to getting staffing to a 100% place. Training, we ramped up as well, and then also from a tips standpoint, we had everybody tip certified.
And do you still have that day where you have 2 drinks, that you get 2 drinks for 1 price?
No.
Did you do away with that?
Yep.
I would disagree with that. You're still doing 2 for 1 on Wednesdays.
Oh, you're
They just started back up. They have a new bar manager who wanted to try it. And then, who's the female GM?
Amanda?
Yes, she advised that they're doing it 2 for 1 on Wednesday nights.
Thank you, Mr. Benford. So you weren't aware of that?
I was not.
Do you still at any time have a doorman?
No.
Didn't Green Turtle used to have a policy where there was a doorman who would check ID, and then there'd be a bracelet involved with certain events that you would have?
That was back in the franchise business.
Okay.
They've before COVID, they had doormen on Wednesday nights, and they actually worked with several times, and we did the fake ID scanners, and we've actually found some violations through the fake ID scanners of people having fake ID. So the police department was called, and Green Turtle was supportive on that when we did those.
Good. They've always been cooperative, right?
Yes, very much so.
Has the Green Turtle invested in one of those fake ID scanners that you're talking about?
We had one at one point behind the bar. I don't think it's still operable today.
How many managers have you had at that location in the past 5 years?
I don't know that fully. I mean, currently we have 3. Over COVID, that number probably doubled, if not tripled, in the last 2 years, just with all the different changes in our organization and our just trying to get through the pandemic. In the last 5 years, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Is it corporate policy for these specials like 2 for 1s and so on and so forth, or do you, since this is a corporate store?
Mm-hmm. I mean, stores have the ability to offer local specials that help them generate business. That one I wasn't aware of, so that will we'll have to reel that back. But you know, typically there's an approval process to everything where senior management's being alerted. So I think that might have been an oversight.
When you say reel that back, does that mean you're gonna discontinue it?
Yes.
Because they did have a DUI. I don't have it in front of me. I can go get it if you want me, but they did have a DUI out of Wednesday night, end of last year.
Did you identify yourself for the record?
Inspector Keith Benford, Board of License Commissioners. You want me to go upstairs and try to find that paperwork?
I don't think it's necessary. For me, it's not necessary.
Okay.
I don't know about my colleagues.
I accept your
Okay, thank you.
statement.
We can talk afterwards.
I don't have any further questions of Mr. Wells at the moment.
Any questions?
I don't have any further.
You may move on, Mr. Mister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you like to hear from Mr. Vance?
Yes, please.
Okay. Would you please state your name and address for the record, Mr. Vance?
Andrew Vance, 77 East Main Street, Suite 408, Westminster.
First off, Mr. Vance, how long have you lived in Carroll County?
When I got married in 1990, I moved to Carroll County, right across from Westminster High School.
And you've continued to live in Carroll County since that time?
I have.
Okay. tell the board your background. Give us a sort of a thumbnail sketch of your resume.
I went to college starting in Western Maryland, when it was called Western Maryland. Then moved on to UMBC, where I met Mr. Mister. After UMBC, I graduated there in 1983, went to George Washington Law School, graduated in '86. Went to work for a law firm down in DC called Braude, B-R-A-U-D-E, Braude and Margulies. Braude and Margulies represented general contractors, chiefly Whiting Turner, up and down the East Coast. So that's really where I learned construction law, if you will. In the intervening years, I have, out of the 35 years of practice, I would say that a good 27 or 28, I've been a solo practitioner. I did for a short while, 4 years, go with a law firm that was known at the time as Hodes, Ullman, Pessin and Katz in Towson, now known as Pessin and Katz, and they're the general counsel to the Board of Education here. Since 2004, my office has been in Westminster, and I represent chiefly boards of education doing their construction work, contracts, delay claims, change orders, litigation and just mediation, arbitration, working things out, and then state and federal bid protests and federal government contracting with mid to larger size contractors in the United States and abroad.
I have a question for you, sir. I'm just trying to, in my mind, get straight the pecuniary interest. I think what I glean is that you have 10% interest in GT Westminster LLC, and the other 90% is owned by Green Turtle Franchising Corp.
That was my understanding as well.
Okay. And for GT Westminster LLC, you own 10 shares, and your contribution was $100 for that?
That's also my understanding.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Harmon? Any questions? Mr. Vance?
I don't have any at this moment.
No other questions, Mr. Vance, at this time? Mr. Mister?
That would be then the applicant's case, unless the board wants to hear from someone else. I mean, Ms. Collins is here, but I think she would be, what she would testify to would be duplicative to what Mr. Wells has testified, and we'd be happy to answer any other questions the board may have. I just will assure you, I know that there's been some problems there. You know, places like Green Turtle, et cetera, are the kind of places that tend to attract sometimes younger people and the like. I can tell you, because I have the pleasure of representing the Green Turtle Franchising Corporation throughout the state of Maryland, they do take the behavior of all of their employees at every location very seriously. They are very concerned about making sure there's compliance with the law, in particularly with regard to the age of their patrons, and to make sure the conduct of their patrons is appropriate, whether it's because of consumption of alcohol or anything else. And frankly, I've noticed since the time I've represented them, which has been a pretty good while now, that they have really restricted a lot of the activities that before, things like where there were special drink nights and stuff like that, and live entertainment, not necessarily in Westminster, but some of their other locations around the state, and where that tended to perhaps attract crowds that were rowdier, sometimes people that were not necessarily good people, and create disturbances. They've done away with that. They're trying to be focused on being a food business with beverages as a complement to that, as opposed to the other way around. And obviously, they're not trying to be a nightclub or anything like that. I must say that of all the clients I represent, and I'm fortunate to have many in this business, their policies, if followed by the employees, are some of the strictest around. You know, carding everybody, making sure that every server is alcohol awareness trained. That's fairly extraordinary in my experience. Having said that, I would hope the board would approve this change of resident licensee from one lawyer to another, As you know, probably know, Mr. Tiedemann was a long-standing member of the bar and served for a long time in the capacity as a licensee in Carroll County.
Mr. Vance, I just have one question. What was your total contribution for your shares?
I believe it's $100, sir.
Any other, excuse me, any other questions, gentlemen?
I just want to be clear on the corporate structure here. So the license is for the use of GT Westminster LLC,
That's correct.
and the applicant paid $100 for 10 shares, and then 90% is owned by Green Turtle Franchising Corp. So how many shares are there? How many shares does Green Turtle Franchising Corp own?
They're the other 90, so
So it's 100.
as the board may be aware, there's sort of a difference, a dichotomy between what your basic corporate investment is, which is always fairly minimal, compared to like the value of the business as a going concern. And obviously, the operating costs and that stuff are funded through the franchising corporation, which is the majority owner.
So what percentage does Mr. Tiedemann own?
He had 10% also.
Okay, 10%.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
I don't have any.
No.
Inspector Benfer, any comments?
Every time I deal with Green Turtle, they've been very playing cooperative. I know they've gone through several general managers in the last 3 years, 4 years. I've lost count myself.
It's a tough time for employee, finding enough employees.
Melissa's, the general manager there, has been there, I guess, over a year now. And she's been an employee, a manager, and before that, a server and a bartender for, I think, going on 10 years. I mean, she's a...
Wasn't she a manager someplace, someplace else?
Mount Airy.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I
Mount
know she
Airy,
bumped around.
and then White Marsh before that. I mean, the reality is, during the COVID pandemic, we were just trying to stay alive, and we had to move a lot of managers around. We had people leaving because of the safety of what they thought restaurants prevented. But I think we found Melissa to be a strong leader at that restaurant.
There are no other questions. Testimony is closed. And Mr. Mister, would you like to make any closing remarks or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I think that I've probably spoken enough. Unless there's a question you have, I just would urge the board to approve this change of resident licensee. Obviously, we've had some problems there. I think we've made appropriate remedial efforts to correct issues. And Mr. Wells, I take him at his word that as soon as this is over, and I know he's going to meet with your inspectors, but is going to discontinue that ill-fated recent apparent resumption of the 2-for-1, and we will continue to follow the practice of getting everybody certified and the like. And I appreciate what the board's inspectors have said about cooperation, and hope they will continue to communicate with my clients if they foresee any problem. Hopefully before it would ever have to come before the board. Having said that, I hope the board will approve this transfer.
Thank you. Hearing none, excuse me. Testimony evidence has been presented and is now closed, and we will now deliberate to the merits of the presentation of the transfer. Gentlemen?
Well, let me make these comments to people here and to the board and to Mr. Harmoning. I feel that based on council's opening remarks, as well as the testimony of the applicant, that Mr. Vance is clearly a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license in Carroll County. I was In addition to that, I was heartened by some comments of Mr. Wells in response to our questions. So I will be prepared to make a motion after Mr. Harmoning has an opportunity to discuss the case.
Mr. Barnhart, I do agree with everything you just said, and I have no question about Mr. Titleman being fit and proper. Absolutely, he is. One thing I would like to say is it has been unfortunate that over the few years that they've had such a bad string of managers. I'm not sure if it's really their fault or not, but they have made appropriate changes, and I appreciate Mr. Wells jumping at the change of the 2-for-1 drink. So with all that said, I'd like to hear your motion.
Mr. Harmony, just to be correct for the record, while I think Mr. Tiedemann is still very competent and qualified, he is moving from Carroll County, so I hope you find the same with Mr. Vance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Mr. Vance.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion in this case.
The chair is open for a motion.
I move that in case 6379, I move that we approve the application to replace the resident licensee Stephen Tiedemann with Andrew H. Vance for a Class B beer and wine liquor license issued to Andrew Vance for the use of GT Westminster LLC, trading as Green Turtle Sports Bar and Grill in Westminster, Maryland.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that.
Motion has been properly made and seconded that this board approve the application of Andrew H. Vance for a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Andrew H. Vance for the use of GT Westminster LLC, trading as the Green Turtle Sports Bar and Grill in Westminster, Maryland. Any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered.
And Mr. Vance,
Congratulations.
accept my apology for
Oh, please, no worries.
Thank you all.
Now, Mr. Vance, I have a real quick question for you.
Yes,
The address that you have, the street in Finksburg,
yes.
where is that located?
It's behind Mechanicsville Elementary School, so there's a road that goes back, Pool Road, and it's back there somewhere.
I was born and raised in Carroll County, in Finksburg. I didn't recognize it.
It doesn't show up on many GPS servers for some reason, so difficult times get
You
deliveries.
live behind Herman Huff's farm and
Yep.
used to be Fishers and so on and so forth. Okay.
I know it exists, I've been there.
Thank you, Mr. Mister.
Thank you. I think I'll be back momentarily.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're back in session.
Not yet.
At this time, I would ask our esteemed attorney, Mr. Dixon, if he'll call our 11 o'clock case 6380, please.
All right, case 6380, an application to replace licensees Young Suk Zhu and Yan Lu with Zhang Li Z for Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Zhang Li Z for the use of Q168 LLC, trading as Sushi Q5, 250 Engler Road, Suite 1, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing dated February 25th, 2022. Notice of public hearing dated February 18th, 2022. February 10th, 2022, letter from Joe Vance to Zhang Li Z. A February 8th, 2022, letter from David F. Mister to the Board of License Commissioners. And an application that includes SDAT information, articles of organization, operating agreement, character references, driving record, ownership information, resignation letters, citizenship papers. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may be seated. Mr. Mister, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
can
Good
proceed,
morning,
please.
Chairman Brawning, members of the board, David F. Mister, Mr. Winter and Bartlett LLC, representing the applicant this morning. As opening remarks, I would advise the board that this particular location, holding an alcoholic beverage license, has been in business for approximately 4 years. And Mr. Z, who is to my right, the board's left, was recently approved as an alcoholic beverage licensee in Carroll County by this board in January at a remote hearing for the location in Eldersburg. So, to my knowledge, nothing has occurred. He hasn't done anything in the intervening time that probably would render him unfit. So I would suggest to you and recommend to you that he still remains to be fit and proper applicant and a person to hold an alcoholic beverages license. There have been some corporate structure changes. The previous licensees here, one of them, both were female, one of them left the area, the other left to get married and to have children, so they have withdrawn from the company. Mr. Z has been an employee for a period of time, and that was one of the reasons that he was designated to be a licensee in Eldersburg. However, his duties now, as a 25% owner, he's principally going to be charged with the operation of and management of the restaurant in Westminster. I am aware, although I don't think I was representing them at that time, that there was one prior violation, I believe, the sale to underage person, a cadet, or someone who was an operative for the sheriff's department, approximately 2 or 3 years ago. But there have been none since that time. I also would proffer to you that part of their cross practices at their restaurants that they have in Baltimore County, Howard County, Carroll County, and particularly because of that prior violation, they have a policy and practice that every server gets alcohol awareness trained within a reasonable period of time of their employment. And not only that, but they do a refresh. They usually do a sort of a train all the employees at once. So periodically, even though people have been certified before, they will bring the trainer in, have all their servers trained on a regular basis. Also, their policy and practice is that everyone gets carded, everyone it has to provide identification that they're proper age to purchase alcoholic beverages. The last thing I would point out to the board is, I don't think that this, other than obviously that sting that we saw, this is not the kind of place that people tend to go to booze it up, that sort of thing. They're a sushi restaurant. If you've looked at the menu, that it is probably one of the most complete menus of sushi and Asian food products that I've ever seen. And they only sell approximately 2% of their gross sales are in alcohol. Overwhelmingly, 98% is food. Mr. Z, you've been sworn in. You've heard what I had to say to the board. You yourself have been certified in alcohol awareness training, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And tell us how many years' experience you've had as managing and operating restaurants.
Sorry.
How much time have you spent managing restaurant operations? How many years?
3-4 years.
Okay,
Yes.
good, all right. And I don't think that any places that you've been the manager of had a violation. We understand there was a prior violation in Westminster. Since you've taken over management operations there have been no violations, correct?
Yes, correct.
And what I proffered to the board with regard to your average percentage of sales of alcoholic beverages, is that correct? It's only about 2% of your total sales?
Yeah, correct.
Overwhelmingly food. What are your standard hours of operation?
Sorry.
What hours of operation? When do you open, when do you close on a daily basis?
11 to 10.
Okay, is that 7 days a week?
7 days a week.
Okay. And how many employees do you have at the Westminster location?
Yes. Around 8, 10.
8 to 10?
Yes.
And of those, how many of those are servers?
On the service, 4.
4, okay. And you've heard what I proffered to the board also. Is it correct that you seek to have all of your servers of alcoholic beverages trained in a certified alcohol awareness program? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And also, not only the servers, but also the managers are trained in alcohol awareness. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And let me see, what else? This is going to be pretty much your full-time management position. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
At Westminster? All right. And when you're not there, there's always going to be at least another manager on site that's also trained in alcohol awareness training? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
All right. Questions from the board?
Before we go in, please state your name and
Oh, I'm
address
sorry.
for the record.
State your name and address.
My name?
Yes, and address.
My name is Jenna Xie. The address is 250 Angler Road. That's right.
Westminster? Is that Westminster?
Yes, Westminster.
Mr. Mister, you stated, he was in the Eldersburg restaurant?
Yes, he's one of the licensees there, Mr. Chairman. It was approved in January of this year by the board.
Okay, and that was my question, was he on the license there, and you answered.
Only as of January, whenever we completed the board's checklist to actually have the license issued.
Mr. Mister, the licensees that he's replacing, they still have ownership interests in the Q168 LLC?
No, they
Or is he
do not.
buying them out?
They do not. I think we filed with the board, not only did we file the operating agreement, but a first amendment to that dated February 8 of this year. And also, there's an assignment of membership interest of the same date of February 8. It gets a little confusing because some of the other investors moved around their ownership interests so that each of the current investors in the LLC own 25%.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
all right.
Those two that left the business no longer have any financial interest whatsoever.
So that's my question. I saw on one of the corporate records, it listed the applicant as a 20% owner, but that has changed with the, there's licensees moving on, and I guess he assumed their interest has been moved around?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Frankly, Mr. Barnhart, I had to sit down and do the math a couple of times because we got a little bit confused mathematically, the way the percentages moved around, to make sure it added up correctly. But I assure you, at this point in time, it does, and at this point, each would be an equal 25%
Thank you.
owner.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnhart, or, Commissioner Harmon, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Mr. Barnhart?
I have no further questions. I'll just make a comment that I live in Eldersburg, and on social media, I've seen, I haven't been into your restaurant yet, but I've seen some very good remarks about, and I think clearly you and your organization do a great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnhart, I have been in the restaurant, and they probably have the best sushi that I've had.
Well, so
Very
happy
good
to hear
food.
that. You know, they actually, I will tell you that I've had the pleasure of representing them for a while. Their practice is to try and, to train and groom people in the sushi restaurant business, and they reward their employees, their hardworking employees, with new restaurant locations. And imbue them with that and grant them an ownership interest based upon their prior hard work. And so far, it's been working pretty good.
If there are no other questions of the applicant licensee, Inspector Benford, do you have any comments before we move on?
I think every time I've dealt with an employee cooperative, they did have the one violation back in September. Other than that, no other violations.
With that, if there are no further questions or comments, testimony is closed, and we will now go into a summation or any final comments. Mr. Mister, if you would like to make.
I would only suggest to the board that as indicated, Mr. Z has been already found to be fit and proper by this board in January at that remote hearing, and that I'm glad to hear some of the positive things from the board, that both public comment as well as personal experience as to the quality of this restaurant. And I think that they will continue to probably have a very de minimis amount of alcohol sales compared to their total sales. Having considered all that, I would ask the board to approve this change of licensee on behalf of the existing licensed entity.
Any closing comments, Inspector? Before we move into deliberations, 250 Engler Road.
What's the address of the business?
Yeah, I think they want your home address.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Oh, is it?
That's okay. What
Okay.
I'm asking, 250 Engler Road, is that across from the old shopping center?
That's Carroll Plaza.
Papa John's, right near Papa John's.
Right there on the end?
They're in the old bank.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. It's the only place I thought it could be. Okay, with that, gentlemen?
Well, Mr. Barnhart, there's no question that, in my opinion, that Mr. Z is quite qualified and fit and proper. We've approved him in the past, recently. The establishment is very professional, the food is excellent, the service is unbelievable. So with all that said, do you have any comments?
Well, I'll just note that Mr. Mister, in his opening remarks, did say that nothing has changed since our last hearing with regard to this applicant. We found him qualified at that time, so therefore I think it's evident that he's clearly qualified this time as well, and I'll support your motion.
I'd make a motion if it's okay with Chairman.
Please.
I'll make a motion to approve the replacement of John Shuk Su with John Z for the Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to John Z for the use of Sushi Q, 250 Angler Road, Westminster, Maryland.
Second.
Those have been properly made and seconded that we approve the application to replace the existing licensees with the new licensee for a Class B beer,
not
wine,
coming
and
back
liquor
to-
license issued to, pronounce your name.
My name?
Yeah.
Jenny Xie.
For the use of Q 168 LLC, trading at Sushi Q5, 250 Engler Road, Suite 1, Westminster, Maryland. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. Best
Thank you.
wishes for continued success.
Thank you. It's nice to see the board in person again.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You going back to work or? You can stay here longer.
The other thing I can say to you, Sushi.
I'll stop by.
Good luck.
See you.
Unfortunately, I've been looking forward to going down to the one in Westminster, in Eldersburg.
Have you been to one that was very good?
Who?
George?
I've been to one in Westminster, not Ellsworth.
Oh, I thought you said you'd been to one in Ellsworth.
No, Westminster.
Okay.
Many times there.
They opened last week.
All right, we got some time here. Let's move into the business portion of it. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from February 9th. You all should have received one via email as well as a copy this morning. Are there any corrections or additions?
Nope.
Hearing none, they stand approved as presented. First item of new business is updated deck seating plans for the board to review from Raphael's. And while they're passing that down, there was a question about permits, and the
Permits is
permits
still,
department backed off from what they originally said. Is that correct?
somewhat. They still want, request for a building permit for the deck to make sure it's structurally sound for having seating underneath the deck area.
On the bottom?
Yes,
Need retroactively a building permit?
yes. And I forwarded the email to Clark Schaefer and to Raphael himself, have not had response back yet.
So they, to your knowledge, they have no permit.
They have no permit, to my knowledge.
So is there only one way to get to those seats under that deck, and that's down that?
Down those stairs, yes. The problem is, once you're down the stairs, you could walk right out to the alley and there's nothing gonna stop you.
Right. Yeah.
So my recommendation to the board is still not allow seating or standing down underneath the deck.
It's basically a continuation of the parking lot underneath the deck,
Correct,
right?
yes.
And there's no barriers between that seating and the, in the proposed or,
Right.
so, oh, here you
I think it's like 6 tables underneath the deck.
go. Yes, and I guess the circles are.
I'm thinking those are tables, yes. Or
tables.
high tops or,
High tops, I guess. So 6 tables and 6 high tops.
okay.
You just drive on up parking lot and scoot on into the deck.
And there's no, the alley, you can drive right onto the parking lot, the next door, and there's no barricade for cars driving underneath the deck.
So there's no way to control who's gonna be under that deck?
There's no,
Well, they could control it with some type of
Fences.
supervision if they wanted to employ that, right?
right. But also, there's no safety railing for a car pulling in to the,
But the apartment's next door.
and they can, they pull in apartments. Because there's an apartment parking lot next door to that deck area that there's no curb, there's nothing that they can pull right in underneath the deck if they wish.
So if someone came into the parking lot and they were inebriated and they weren't able to really control their vehicle, they could theoretically get under that deck where people are seated.
Yep.
Well, this is not, you can't answer this question, but my question would be to a permits department, why would they ever issue a permit with that problem?
Because at one time, they were using it just as parking only. They were allowing parking underneath the deck.
I understand that, but my question is, why would a permits department not question the public safety of that with tables down there and nothing to prevent some old man like me hitting the gas instead of the brake?
Maybe they are, right? It hasn't been approved yet, has it?
Has not been approved for seating down there. It was been approved for parking down there
Yeah.
initially.
Right.
But has not been approved for the seating aspect of it down there.
So have they submitted it for approval?
I do, as of 3-4 days ago, when I talked to Tom Harris, no, he has not seen any building permit to be approved. I did forward the email to Raphael and to Clark Schaefer, saying that he needs to fill out a building permit for the seating down there.
And who's that email from?
Tom Harris, not director, but
Yeah. So he sent an email to you,
yes.
in response to a question that you
Correct.
had?
Yep.
Okay.
So, in order to accommodate patrons underneath of there, a waitress or waiter's gotta go down the steps, or do they have to go to the bar in order?
I don't know.
There's not a bar on the deck, is there? There's that bar in between the in-between bar.
Yes.
Okay.
Like the semi-permanent outdoor bar area, and then they have to walk to the deck, and then they get to go down the stairs to get underneath it. I would think patrons, my guess is patrons have to walk up the steps to get served and walk downstairs.
Why would somebody wanna be under there?
I don't, it
Is-
gets
is it-
crowded, I mean,
Is there that much of a necessity for more tables in there, in that place?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
One of the last conversations I had with her attorney was that Raphael was trying to change the atmosphere away from a watering hole to more of a fine dining, and that's why they did the remodeling and so forth, and I'm not sure that this really comports with that goal. It sounds like it's they're just increasing. I mean, there's going to be no fine dining in a parking lot under a deck.
No bathrooms either.
Right. I don't think that it's that consistent with an oyster and steak restaurant that they're trying to show that they're an upgrade.
And also, does it present problems during the oyster stroll?
I'm waiting for the April 22nd is the wine stroll. It's the first major event Westminster has. I'm gonna see what,
How they handle it?
how it's handled.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's more a run, and it's not a stroll. They don't attract as many people. The Celtic Cantor is this Saturday. That's the first official kickoff for the season. That's a run, and then each runner gets an alcoholic beverage after running.
Well, on our business meeting, it says, we're to look at the seating plans, the updated deck plans. Are they, I'm sorry, I guess I should have read the email. Are they requesting that we approve it today? Is that?
No.
No, they just want us to.
I just want to keep you informed what's going on with the prop. And my understanding is they're not allowed to sit underneath the deck. The board has not given permission for that outdoor area to be used
Yeah. So-
pending approval from the permits department and pending your approval for that outdoor area.
Okay, so that's not a decision we make today.
Right.
Okay. You are aware of the ideas from the commission. I think we're all in agreement that it lacks sufficiency for continued discussion upon additional information. Letters from 3 packaged goods stores owned by Darren Barnes about permission for delivery of large orders.
Okay, there's the 3 letters, which are all the same, just different
They're all Darren
signatures.
Barnes's establishments.
And then this is a new delivery form. There's a copy for each of you.
Is that a proposed form?
Yes.
That you drew?
Yeah, that's basically the newest version of the carryout delivery
Or the
form.
carryout? Okay.
Yeah, I just modified it for liquor stores.
Right. Yeah, I noticed that the letter was talked about, the deliverer would be a TAM trained employee, a minimum of 100.
Where'd you get the letter?
Oh, I asked Joe to give it to me. But I know, and they're asking that, that they, or stating they will require the signature of the accepting party, and they'll keep a delivery sheet. Based on the discussions we've had with the takeout, I'm thinking that we might wanna, if we agree to this, ask that the agent address of the accepting person be documented.
It should be on that delivery form.
It's on this form.
Yeah, it's on the form here.
Oh, so this is gonna work for
Yes.
delivery of all alcoholic beverages?
Correct.
Not just, Class A?
No, that's gonna be for Class A. That's Class A because I designed that for Class A establishments because it lists more, it doesn't ask about
Okay.
food.
So, gotcha, so this is a redesign, this doesn't talk about food or anything?
Right.
Okay, okay, well, that's my question.
Okay.
So that's the distinction here, we probably want the same thing without the food requirement.
Correct.
Okay, great. And as usual, you probably did a great job, Keith, looks. Yep.
And I thought that'd be easier than a logbook, to just make a copy, and then they can attach the receipts to that form, and they have to keep on record, for a year, 6 months, whatever we decide.
Keith, so what is this service exactly for? Is it for events that people are having, weddings?
The way our rule is allowed, it could be for a 6-pack of beer if they want to deliver. If you guys want to put modifications on it, we could do that, but right now, there is no limit on how much, where, who, there's
I
no
think
rules.
One of it was $100, but $100 could be 1 bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, I thought we did I thought we haven't approved this yet.
We haven't.
And-
We haven't.
And I
We have
thought
not.
I thought we were discussing limitations when Mr. Barnes was here.
I want to say, but our rule, and I can't remember the rule number, in our book is very general.
It allows us to craft
Right.
what we allow.
So if you want to make this for only big events, then make it for big events. If you want to allow $100, make it $100. I don't know what the right answer is.
I thought that when we discussed it, one of the things that the board liked was prior order. This is a pre-order. This is not an order that someone just calls up and says, hey, bring me $100 of booze.
Right.
It's a prior order. Mr. Barnes agreed. He said, okay,
Yeah.
I'll go along with that. And he also said a threshold of $100. And I thought that the board thought, well, that may work.
How can I, as an inspector, know what time, when they call it?
Because
We
it's
would
on, well,
I can add that to the form, but,
you have to hope that they're truthful when they fill out the form.
Says order date on the form.
okay.
Yeah, but as far as Mr. Barnes goes, he says, I don't wanna do any orders when someone calls up and just drive it out there. He said, the only time I wanna do this is when I have a big order for an event.
I agree with that, but what happens is the guy says, no, I want to do this, and I'll deliver 6-packs. I want to deliver a case of beer.
Well, then that's outside the scope of our,
Yeah, it's outside of our rules for a liquor store. I mean, I
So
was
do we need
assuming
to-
that this was for big events like weddings,
That's all he was asking for.
yeah, that's all I was
Right.
asking for. And if that is the intent, $100 is not enough, because that's, like I said, one bottle of whiskey now.
Damn, you must drink pretty expensive stuff.
Well, that's all going up.
No, I'm just,
This crowd is very.
Blanton's.
so like, you know, now, this is what, is this what we're gonna approve just for Darren, for the, he's only want approved to do this? Or do we wanna, cause I know Mount Airy Liquors is looking to, would like to do something to the effect too. Do they come and have separate, different set of rules for them?
Could be. The rule is general enough that allows us, upon application, to grant it and to craft the parameters of the grant. Seems to me. That's just my opinion. For instance, previously, someone wanted to use an app.
Right, Drizzly,
All right.
correct.
We turned
We
it down.
turned it
Turned it down and, you know, I think the app was a big problem in that case. But if he came back, if the man who wanted to use an app comes back with similar, or same request, then you can say that, well, you gave it to these establishments, you should give it to another one. So I agree with that. What we do, I think, is going to provide a format for any other requests, if there are any other. But we are right now dealing with the request. Mr. Barnes came in, he said he wanted to request this of the board, and we said, well, present your request to us and we'll consider it. And then we discussed the parameters of what we would consider, and he agreed to number them.
My only request is, whatever we decide should be across the board. We should not have separate rules for different businesses.
Right.
It has to, except if one business has a lot of violations, we look at it differently, correct? Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
But you can't, I can't have a rule book that says Barnes, you know, is these rules, Mount Airy Liquors is these rules, Greenmount Liquors is these rules. I just don't,
I see your point too, but we gotta be careful with this, because it's gonna set a precedent.
you said the president, but you can always, if they have multiple, you just don't allow it.
Right.
You don't change the rules.
Personally, I think it should be for a big event. Somebody says, hey, I'm gonna have a college graduation party. I need, can you deliver it to help me out? I don't have a vehicle that can pick all that up. That's the kind of thought that I thought Mr. Barnes, was
And
talking about. I don't know how you perceived it,
No,
but.
that's what, in fact, that's verbatim what he said. I don't wanna do deliveries unless it's for a big event, and so, or that the order is large enough to justify the cost and the inconvenience. He
But-
said-
Go ahead.
No, he said he wanted to do it as a courtesy
Yeah.
to someone who's buying a quantity for an event. That's what he said.
But I see your point, Keith, in the fact that if we make this a rule for big events, it should be allowed by other liquor stores, and because they have a violation, shouldn't penalize the person ordering it because of the liquor store having a violation. You see what I'm talking about?
I see what you're talking about, but I don't agree with exactly what you just said. If they had a damn violation, it's just like right now. We ought to have the ability to say, no, you ain't gonna be able to do that anymore. You just had a violation.
Yeah, but should it be a violation regarding this, or a violation regarding, suppose if it's a violation that was out of their control?
So,
Well, 99% of the violations for sales to minors is out of the licensee's control,
Right.
technically, okay? But we still fine them. My question would go to our legal advisor there. Do we need a uniform set of rules that's applicable to all applicants? Or can we set certain limits?
Well, I think the rules say that deliveries are on a case-by-case basis for these
Then they
folks.
would be, then that's what it would be.
I kinda thought it was that too, but What is the rule again?
What
I guess-
number is this?
It's on page 53.
Delivery retail sales. Oh, yeah, so it says generally, subject to prior approval by the board. And then the employee has to be over 21, may deliver to a person over 21. And deliveries must cease half an hour. That's the only guidance that the rule gives us.
So we
What is-
say, okay, Keith, you can deliver if it's $100 order, but Jim, you gotta have $250. Can we do that?
And then,
You're
If
opening
you-
yourself up, you would have to justify that difference in treatment to avoid a lawsuit.
What I foresee in this type of situation is just like first case we had here as far as if, ands, and buts. Breweries and distilleries were all hell-bent on getting a license to do exactly what they want to do at that time. Now they're expanding to this, and this. Before long, alcohol sales are gonna be a joke as far as boards of commissions and so on and so forth go.
wait till the grocery stores get it.
Just what he just said, grocery stores are gonna get it, this is gonna get it, and so on and so forth. Perfect example. Probably the biggest wine event in the state of Maryland is held in Carroll County, and this board now has nothing to do with it
That's true.
because they weaseled in on something else that was never intended, just like the legislature does all the time. Now, the state has control of it because certain people and certain organizations put more pressure on legislators and so on and so forth. They didn't really realize, like they don't half the time with legislation, what it opens up. The $100 probably came out of a suggestion that I was making, just to use a figure of a minimum of $100. Well, when you look at the price of alcohol and so forth, $100 is not much. Keith, when a one-day license is issued, okay? Where do they get their product?
Packaged goods store.
So in effect, it could be considered what we're considering here now.
Usually before, now, the vendor, the one-day license goes to liquors. Now, I know some go to distributors directly, but
Well,
most of the time they go to,
Yeah.
And you're talking about a one-day license for a big event like
Yeah.
like a graduation party or something?
a bull and oyster roast. You
So
know,
with this, that would allow the package goods store to deliver to that one-day event.
yeah.
And see, I could see where that would be an advantage to the one-day event. They wouldn't have to go and get it.
Maybe instead of a dollar amount, you should make it alcohol for a certain number of people. That, there must be at least 100 guests or patrons.
Joe, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you a little bit, but you could have 100 people there, and only 50 of them might be drinking.
Plus it'd be hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
But that's an alternative to raising the threshold, because $100 is not much, that's for sure.
I mean,
And you don't want to have a bunch of kids having a 21-year-old friend.
Right.
And so the higher the cost, the hard,
Right.
You know, when I stop and think about it, just now, $100 for some of the people that I've heard talk about wine and so forth, hell, that's a drop in a bucket, so it's one bottle.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, I think we agree that that threshold is what should work for
Way
us.
too low.
That's 3 cases of beer,
Yeah.
4 cases of beer.
One bottle of Blanton's is $150.
I can spend $50 a night on beer, it's easy. Just
Good
saying.
Lord.
But can you drink it
Tell
all
us
in one
more.
night?
Yes.
See, you guys are
I've been known to in the
customers
past.
of this product, of which
Can we,
this old man very seldom drinks anything anymore, and when he thinks of a beer, he thinks of $1 beer. Well, what are they, $4 or $5 now?
can we,
That's why it's so
can we
valuable.
table this and discuss this later?
I don't, we could do it, Keith, but in my opinion, we're gonna come back to the same thing. If we're gonna put a dollar limit on it, what's it gonna be?
I think
I
at least five,
personally
I would
think-
think at least $500.
What?
I think 500.
I think
But, I
all
mean,
these kind of problems you never had to deal with before and so forth, and now,
and then if you talk about violations, if they have violated recently, does that disqualify them?
according to the way that rule reads right now, we can do anything.
Correct, you can do anything you want. So, 2 of the 3 liquor stores Darren Barnes is requesting have violated within the last year.
Well, we can take that into consideration. I don't. Guess I should have brought a flu chart with me.
I have
If
one
we
right
say
here.
he's got one right here. If-
No, I believe you, it's just, I
You
would,
need to-
I would have thought about this before, you know?
I just think it'd be something to do
Well, it opens up,
disgusting
it
later.
opens up some problems, liability problems.
You're exactly right.
If we, or several, but if we approve some and don't approve others without reasonable justification, I think that this board has discretion legally to make a judgment on this as long as we can reasonably justify it. And not even overwhelmingly, just if we have a reasonable reason to do it.
And I agree, I think
I
I
think it'll
agree
survive on
with
our
that,
feet.
and I just wanna have one set of rules. Don't give me 3 different rules for 3 different players. Give me
Yeah.
one rule, one form.
Well, different players,
Because you have the discretion of saying no to them. So if they have a violation, you don't give them new rules, you just say no. Or you say no for a year, come back to us in a year if you can show that you don't, no more violations.
yeah.
Well, let me just make a comment that, in my opinion, the biggest liquor store in Carroll County would care less about deliveries or anything else.
Is that right? Right, Lee?
But, total discount, they might do deliveries.
Do what?
Total discount is either the biggest or the second biggest. The boat, Rite Aid Total Discount,
Total discount in Eldersburg?
yes.
Yeah.
I could see them doing delivery.
Is there anybody doing a delivery now that we don't even know about?
Know what I know about,
Well, it's been intimated
yes.
at hearing for this board that it's being done without us knowing it.
Correct.
By some people who may know, but we don't know, right? We don't know.
I don't know, I did put an email out and people had questions and they have stopped delivery.
Okay, let me ask you legally, here. If I call up Gamber Liquors tomorrow and say, I'm having a party and I want this, and this. And he says, okay. I want it delivered to Gamber Fire Hall. What's preventing from doing it now? I bought it.
Probably nothing, you could take it down there. Nobody would know.
Maybe, it says it has to have prior approval.
Yeah, but nobody who would know it.
Oh, that's an enforcement issue, but it's a violation of our rules.
Right.
You can only deliver with prior approval of the board.
But
And-
this,
well, and the person delivering has to be 21. And delivery has to be made to someone who's 21.
Does Rule 51 give you the ability to individualize from case to case? That's what I'm wondering. Does it give you that ability?
I believe it does.
Okay.
This is prior approval. You know, it doesn't say shall, or it doesn't say shall not.
Okay.
So approval, prior approval means discussion and discretion and approving, or not approving. And there's no guidance in these rules as to what what the criteria are for either. It just says discretion, and generally, this Board of Commissioners has, and Board of License Commissioners has a fair amount of discretion in interpreting the rules. If someone's aggrieved, they appeal it, but the appellate court, circuit court, is going to give great deference to our discretion unless there's no reason to support it. Now, that's just a thumbnail sketch, and I could be off on that because, Tim would know better about the appellate process than I do.
What would be a reasonable amount? Somebody's having a anniversary or a wedding reception. What would be a reasonable amount, say, if you're gonna have 50 people there, how much alcohol would you buy?
I can tell you from my son's wedding that we got married in August, and we bought everything from Rite Aid. That my personal opinion is, I think a minimal of $1,000 for a big event. We paid $2,500.
Yeah, but you had more than 50 people.
Well, that's why I'm saying you make it a minimal of $1,000. That would describe a big event to me, but
Yeah, I mean, I think $100 is way too low,
Well, what'd you put it in there for? You the one who wrote the paper?
because that's what we discussed with Darren saying, you guys have talked about $100, so,
Actually, I think we had several numbers out there.
okay. That's the one I pay attention to then.
400 was one I remember, and 250 was one, and then 100 was another.
Don't you remember we did not at all?
Probably.
Well, 100's all I remember too, so apparently.
Thank you.
Well, we-
Off as well.
100,
He was using.
100 was bandied around just because probably I said at least $100 now, as a figure to start with, hell, I don't know how much liquor
Well,
costs.
that's what this discussion is.
I
What come
haven't
up-
bought a bottle of whiskey for I don't know how long. Or a 6-pack of beer. I can tell you a glass of wine is too damn much, because it's $8.50 for
I
that
mean,
much wine.
The flip side is, the liquor store is going to want to do it for a good amount of money to make money on this deal. So I don't think they're going to do it for a 6-pack of beer. I think we should just leave it up to our liquor stores to decide if it's worth delivery. But I'm more pro-delivery than you guys are, I don't understand that. And I think delivery a lot of times is safer than having someone drive up in a car to a liquor store that they might be intoxicated because they ran out of liquor and they're buying some more. So I'd rather have the person at home or delivery and get delivered alcohol so he stays at home.
well, see, then you're talking about individual person delivery, not big event delivery.
Well, as I said, I like the rule as it is. We come up with the delivery form, and I know I'm pro-delivery, you guys are not. I think we should just let the liquor stores decide what their minimum is and put the responsibility on them to do what they're supposed to. And if they think they can make money on $100, then it should be $100. If they think they have to make $1,000 to make money, let the liquor stores decide.
It's also easier for underage drinking.
Because it's the same thing, sir. It's the same thing with a kid that's 21 years old, goes in the liquor store and there's 6 guys in the car in the parking lot. He walks out with 3 cases of beer and gets in the car.
If you take it to a house,
Okay?
that's different than someone driving up to your store and looking at it.
Why? How's it different? Because you don't know.
Because the delivery person could show up and deliver it to a 21-year-old, shows a card, and there's 15 kids in the basement.
Okay. You're working at a liquor store.
There won't be 15 kids in the car.
if there's 6 kids in the car?
Less than 15, it's easier for a teenage party to have it delivered than for teenagers to go out in a car and buy it and drink it.
But you're relying on the liquor store to do the right thing, and I think all the liquor
So are
stores.
you. When you say that you're pro-delivery, you're relying on the liquor store to do the right thing too by
Correct.
checking.
And I think they will. I think if they get to a house and it has a bunch of kids in it, I think they would say no.
Do they walk out and look in the car?
Yes, they do. I know, like Rite Aid, if someone comes in that's under 21, they won't serve them.
Well, I know that, they card everybody.
Right. So what's the difference?
But I've never seen any of them go out and look in the car to see if anybody's in there when somebody walks out with 3 cases of beer.
Yes, I don't think they walk out in the parking lot. Now, we used to have a program, Cops and Shops, that we used to do that, but that's long since been gone.
So you think that delivery does not increase the possibility of underage drinking?
No, I don't think it
Okay.
does. Because I think it's the same thing if 6 guys want to get together and get someone who's 21 years old, they're going to go buy three cases of beer and go sit in the field. It's, they're going to bring the alcohol anywhere. They're going to bring the alcohol, either they get it delivered to that field or that house, or they go to the liquor store and have someone who's 21 who buys it and brings it.
Keith, let me ask you a question. If you catch that 21-year-old that's gonna take it to a group, who is gonna get penalized?
The 21-year-old should get penalized the most. He should be criminally charged. He's not a liquor board hearing. He should get 21 should be criminally charged.
This board can't do anything about it.
Correct. I don't think this because the board does not enough.
But the violation occurs on behalf of the liquor store or the licensee. Who gets-
How can you
who
hold
gets
them
penalized?
accountable for a true sale made to someone who's over 21?
We just had a review of a case for deliveries, okay? Which left an awful lot to be desired. And I, for one, don't buy the excuse that was given to us, okay?
Which case we talk? I don't.
I'm not gonna mention any names because we only reviewed one.
The
One's all,
signatures.
It's
one's
just a
all,
review. There was
one's all we reviewed.
There was no violation. We didn't.
We didn't do anything about it, but I don't believe the excuse that was given, and I don't believe that that was a complete form that was
Okay.
presented to us, okay?
Yes, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Same thing can happen on this.
I agree. Same thing can happen anytime. Right. You're relying on the liquor stores to do what you're supposed to do, and I'm trustworthy that the liquor store would do what they're supposed to do. They're not going to
And I'm
stay.
telling you, they're gonna be lax just like they are now. Otherwise, we'd never get any violations in here.
And
They're not all pure
Okay.
Snow White. Humans are involved and humans make mistakes.
The other thing is that you might wanna think about is this actually can choose winners and losers, because we could give this permission to Barnes on all his establishments. So if people know that he's the only one that's delivering, they'll just buy from him and not buy from another liquor store. So, I mean, it would have to be all or none.
right, I agree. Anybody who delivers should be using that form. If I just say there should, it should not be a limit on the dollar amount. I think, I trust the delivery. If the liquor store thinks they can make money on a 6-pack of beer delivering it, then let them do it. If they has to be $100, their minimum order has to be $100. I think the liquor store should decide what the number should be. And if I go in 6 months and check them and I know there's no form filled out, and I believe they're delivering, then I can do something about it. If I go to a liquor store,
I'm gonna put my business hat on now, okay?
okay,
That liquor store, okay, whoever makes that delivery, in order for their insurance to be applicable, has to have the proper insurance. And if you check your automobile policies, okay? Do them close. There's an exclusion in them, okay? All the major companies has got an exclusion in there. Pizza delivery, any kind of delivery, you're not covered, okay? It costs a heck of a lot more money to have an endorsement added to that.
Yep. And
How
one
many
way,
of them's gonna do it?
and one way they get around it, they make the employee contracted employees to
It's
make.
immaterial, it's immaterial.
Right, but I'm saying, but it takes away from, the liquor store is not held responsible. On the insurance side,
Let these two guys get involved in it, and you'll find out that they will finally get back to them.
Mhm.
Anyway, we gotta move on here. Do we want to, discuss this any further, or we wanna come back next month? You done convinced me that the 100 ought to be 5, at least, if we do it.
I'd like to chew on it, come back next month. I'd like to think about what Keith said and what other board members have said.
I think we should table it.
All right, we'll table it till next month. 12:04 by my watch.
Mhm.
We gonna adjourn and go to lunch now, come back?
Well, you're gonna be back till 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah, well, we'll come back earlier than that and do some of the rest, or you wanna do it now, gentlemen?
we only have like 3 more to do.
What do you mean you got 3? Where'd you go to school?
You got 7 on mine.
Good God, man.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go. These guys are coming in at 3:00.
Yeah, that's right, 'cause that's,
Oh, they're coming in at 3.
Oh, someone's coming in?
At 3:00, CNR Pub's coming at 3:00, Ken Burr's coming at 3:15.
All right, we're gonna table the letter from Darren. One-day liquor license request for an outdoor event by Copper Mine Cascade Lake for an adult egg hunt on April the 9th.
This is a new event.
In my opinion, that's ridiculous. Easter egg hunt is
An
for
adult
kids,
egg hunt.
and they wanna have alcohol for Easter egg hunt.
This is a new event.
Is this in Sykesville?
No,
Oh,
this
it's
is,
Cascade Lake.
Lake.
Sounds like something.
It sounds like
Something
Sykesville.
will come from the Sykesville.
They drink down there.
Maybe the plastic eggs are gonna hold miniatures.
Well, we have a Lions Club Easter egg hunt at Finksburg Library, and we can't even use eggs anymore. We got wooden eggs that you pick up and go back and get prizes for.
Well, it's a family event.
Yeah.
for the first half, and then they're closed down, and then they're gonna make an adult, and there's prizes in the adult eggs for different restaurants and different things throughout the,
And the adults are gonna get the adult eggs?
So I don't have to read that then.
and they're gonna have, adult milkshakes again.
Keith, the last thing they did, you thought they did really well, right?
Christmas light, yeah, the Christmas light one, they did real well, it was well attended. No problem, I didn't hear any complaints, everybody had a good time.
One of you guys will be there, right?
Yep.
I think we ought to let it, give it a try and see how it goes.
I think it's very enticing.
Yeah.
I'm sure that, looking at that itinerary.
Okay, I have no objections. One-day liquor license request for an outdoor event by Downtown Sykesville Connection for their Art and Wine Festival on May 7th, 22.
We've had it.
Any objections?
No, we've had this before. Do you need to see this, Mr. Barnard?
I don't know. One-day liquor license request from Carroll County Ag Center for 2 outdoor events, April 29, 30, and for tractor pull fundraiser, June 11th, for a Celtic festival.
We've had those too, haven't
You guys don't want to see.
We've approved these in the past.
I must be
Yeah.
looking at an
When
old
did they
one.
have a Celtic festival in the past?
Celtic Council.
No, it's inside the Ag Center.
You didn't answer my question.
It should be an inside event, usually it's inside.
Yeah, they have the music, don't they, inside bands.
The tractor pull is outside.
Right, but the Celtic event should be inside, that's when they've had, I know they filled it out wrong, I guess, I don't know.
I'm
You- in the
the
past,
thing
it's
I'm
been-
asking you is when did they have the Celtic event before? I don't remember.
Last year.
Yeah, they've had it.
They had
well,
one, a Celtic
before-
event?
Not last year, but
Before
several years
COVID.
before.
Several
Yeah.
years before, I
Yeah,
remember.
This
Because-
Celtic
don't
event
remember.
has concerts involved.
yes, it's inside the,
And They said one of them's looking for a bass player, so. Any objections to that?
No.
Request from Stables to hold deck parties starting this spring. Well, when they say deck parties, they're just out on the parking lot like they always have, I
Yes.
assume.
Yes, there'll be dates in different, I think it's every Saturday. They're gonna have a roped off parking lot. So it's not, it's the deck plus the parking lot.
They've had that.
Well,
Yes.
when they say
And they have
deck,
band-
that deck's only like a foot off the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Do you wanna see the drawing?
it's a ground deck.
Oh, is it the same one?
Yeah.
You wanna see them?
I don't, it's a ground deck.
No.
And to have
It's a
bands, right?
ground deck.
Yes.
Before that, the bands had to face a certain way and all that.
Yeah, band has to face towards 97.
Request from Greenmount Bowl to have a cornhole tournament and have outdoor seating.
We approved this during the COVID. It was a temporary approval. They have sort of outdoor seating, so they had to be inside. Now they want to add cornhole to the outdoor. So as you face Greenmount Station, Greenmount Bowl, it's between Greenmount Station and the bowling on the left-hand side, the parking lot.
So they're just changing the footprint.
Yes,
Oh,
Yeah. Well, Greenmount Bowl owns all the parking lots.
right. And it'd be coming through their door, the side door. So everyone has to come in through the main entrance to get to the outdoor area.
Do what?
do you have any problem with that?
No.
Okay, so
There's a side door to the left of the Greenmount Bowl. There's a side door right there, up in the front. That's how they're gonna get to the outdoor area. So you have to walk through the bowling area to get to the outdoor area.
That's weird.
is there a diagram?
Yes.
The only reason I say it's weird, why couldn't they just walk in there if it's?
Because it's better to have them walk through so the manager can see who's walking in.
I understand all that, just seems weird, you know, because it's
So-
outdoor.
So there's no outdoor access?
No, it's outdoor, there's outdoor access, well, no,
I mean,
right,
You
Yes.
access it from the out of doors?
yes.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying.
So what's that dotted partition, that he's showing?
That's the fence line.
Okay, so, all right, I got it now.
I'm glad you got it. Any objections?
No.
Okay, the next one, we gotta wait till 3 o'clock.
Let's see.
Anything else to be brought before us before we dismiss for lunch, or adjourn for lunch?
The Ken Brewer, is that?
That's at 3:15.
He's coming in.
That's Blaze Pizza, yes.
Okay.
He has a new agreement.
Oh, good.
Any objections? session. Mr. Dixon, please call case number 6378, please.
All right, case 6378, an application for a new Class D beer-only liquor license to be issued to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers for the use of Liquidity AW LLC, trading as Liquidity Ale Works, 8 North Main Street, Mount Airy, Maryland, in Election District 13. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A March 7th, 2022 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to Board of License Commissioner. A notice of public hearing dated February 25th, 2022. A notice of public hearing dated February 18th, 2022. A memo from Joe Vance to Belinda Gazelle Collections Office with the box checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Okay, I'm sorry. This is from Lisa Staley with the Health Department. Dated February 17th, 2022. There's a memo from Joe Vance to the town of Mount Airy with the box checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office, from the Director of Planning and Zoning. There's a memo from Joe Vance to Belinda Gazelle Collections Office with the box checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office, dated February 14th, 2022. There's a February 10th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Ronald Carr, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. There's a February 10th, 2022 letter from Joe Vance to Mr. Raymond Tignall Jr. and Mr. William Devers about the hearing today, March 9th, 2022. There's a February 8th, 2022 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to Board of Licensing Commissioners. And there's an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, a lease, workers' comp insurance, driving record, adjacent establishments, floor and plot plans, operating agreement, financial ownership information, corporate information, and SDAT and IRS information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, gentlemen. You all may be seated. Ms. Kelly, welcome back. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Kelly Schaefer Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here today on behalf of the applicants, Liquidity Ale Works, but seated to my right is Mr. Billy Devers, and seated to my left, I had to think about that one for a second, is Mr. Raymond Tignall. You have heard from Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file that we are here today requesting a Class D beer-only license with off-premises privileges. This is an up-and-coming brewery located in Mount Airy, downtown Mount Airy. They are going to lease space right off of the main street down in Mount Airy. And you'll hear testimony today of their business plans and everything. They are they have a full business plan to open this brewery, but they are changing careers, if you will, at least. Both of you are changing careers. And this is their new business enterprise. And you will hear testimony from both of them today here requesting this license.
Good.
With that, if there are no opening questions, I'll start testimony.
Please?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tignall, please introduce yourself, stating your name and address, spelling your last name for the board.
Raymond Tignall Jr., Tignall. My address is 5200 Equestrian Drive, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784.
And you are aware and signed the application package that's been submitted to this board requesting a Class D beer license, correct?
Yes.
And you reside in Carroll County, is that correct?
Yes.
And you are you a registered voter and taxpayer in Carroll County?
Yes.
The purpose of this application, you heard me state in my opening, but I'd like to ask you to say, is it for the operation of a brewery and an associated tap room?
That is correct. It is for the brewery and an associated tap room.
And are you currently the holder of a Class 5 state manufacturing license for the brewery?
Yes, we are.
Okay. When did you receive that approximately?
Last Thursday or Friday.
Okay. You also heard me introduce by saying that this location is in Mount Airy. Is that accurate?
That is.
Okay. And you will be a lessor of the space, correct?
Correct.
You submitted with your application the plan, the floor plan and the site plan, and also this, the copy that I'm going to refer to, I just supplemented. That was the March 7th letter, and I just want to make sure that what you're looking at is a color copy in the file. I can also share it. I should have printed a few more if you don't have a copy.
Is it color pencil?
March 7th letter?
March 7th.
Well, the letter's near the top, but if you look under the tab floor plans and plot plans,
Floor
the
plan.
new plans are there.
Yeah, there's floor plans here.
Okay, and are they in color? Can you tell? I think it's really mainly the last page of that you need to be able to see the green kind of shading.
Let me take a look. Yes. Yes, I can see it.
We'll walk through the floor plan, but if there are any questions where it's helpful to come up and point things out, please let us know, because I know sometimes it's a little difficult to follow. Okay, Mr. Tignall, I'm showing you the floor plan, which is 3 pages, and then the site plan, which follows that as the 4th page, okay? And this is what has been filed with your application. So I just kind of want you to walk us through the floor plan. This is a 3-level space, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so start with the mezzanine level, which is the first page is the basement. Start with the basement, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, so I'll just work our way up through the building. It is a 3-level building with a basement. The basement has site access from the back. So it's 1 level below street level. Basically, the building is divided up into 2 general spaces. The basement will be used for all brewery operations. So we'll do all our brewing in the basement. We'll have cold storage, some mechanical, electrical, water rooms, so some support space. We'll have a bathroom down there for employees only. And then we'll have a room for canning and keg washing, and also some storage space for dry storing of materials and things like that. Moving up into the building, the first floor is the main level. That level will be the primary tap room location. So we will have a bar in one corner of the building. They'll open onto the tap room. The tap room is essentially the length of the building, maybe about half of the square footage. And then the rest of the square footage is an old bank vault that we're gonna use for storage, and also multi-occupant bathrooms to serve the tap room. And then moving upstairs, there's a mezzanine level which is open to the first floor level. That'll be used as additional tap room space, primarily when we're getting fully occupied down on the main level. So that's kind of a swing space area for us as more people are there on busier times of the day.
And on the page that shows the site plan, the overall site plan, you see that green shaded area? Okay, can you describe the outdoor component of the use as well?
Yep, absolutely. So the green shaded area is basically a representation of what is in the lease document. So our landlord is going to construct a patio to the, I guess that's the south side of the building. So plan the left side. So that is a street level patio area that will be cordoned off for use as an outdoor space adjacent to the tap room itself. There will be a door to get you in between those two areas. There's also a set of stairs next to the building that gets you to the back side where the parking lot is. So the planned north portion of that green is actually going to be a beer garden that we're going to put in the back. That will only run temporarily for special events and things like that. It'll also be cordoned off. So we'll have some fencing to designate where the alcohol can be consumed and where the limits of that are. And we're gonna run just a small tap basically out of the brewery to service that area.
So you're jumping straight into my next question. On the plans, which is good, on the plans, can you show us where the points of service are? I mean, well, actually, before I ask you that question, let me ask you, will there be table service at certain times?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Do you have a plan, like, is the mezzanine level, for example, going to be table service versus me walking up to a counter?
Yeah, so I guess I'll answer both at the
Yeah,
same
go
time. 'Cause
ahead,
it kind
go
of makes
ahead.
sense. So the main point of service will be on the main level at the bar in that tap room area. We will have some walk-up service there, but we're also going to staff with at least 4 people, 2 bartenders and 2 table servers. That'll be the minimum number of staff we have at any one time. And we are going to go out into the tap room and take orders at tables, bring people their beer so they don't have to get up and walk around. Additionally, with respect to the mezzanine level, we will have an additional person, at least one on duty to service that area as table service. So we don't want people, it's a good flight of stairs, we don't want people moving up and down the stairs any more than they have to. So we will do table service at that location as well. And then we will have an additional point of service in the basement. So right now there's a drive-through, which will cordon off and will not allow cars to drive through it. But we're gonna set up a small tap there and actually serve from the drive-through window, but not as a drive-through.
That serves the beer garden area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can I stop just 1 second? As I'm looking at the, I think the proposed first floor plan, when you say the point of service, you're talking about the upper left-hand quadrant as you're looking at the floor plan?
That is correct.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, thanks.
Explain the points of entry to the building and the outdoor spaces. Like, how do I get in? How can I get into the patio? How can I get into the beer garden?
Sure. So the main point of entry is the front door, which is located planned south on the first floor plan. That will be our primary point of entry for the first floor and the mezzanine level, and the patio to the planned south of the building, or true south of the building. There is a communicating door on the plan left side of the first floor that gets you between the patio and the bar tap room area. So that'll be the primary way that people will move from the patio in and out. We want to limit access from the street walking onto that patio, so we're going to force everybody to move through the main front door and then come out the side door in and out. For the beer garden, like I said, we are going to cordon it off with fencing and things like that to designate the area, and then we will have a street level entrance off the backside to get you in and out of that area. We're going to position that entrance close to the tap area so that we can keep an eye on it for anybody who's doing the service at that beer garden level.
So between the table service and the actual, the physical stationary points of service in the buildings, is it fair to say that there will be, you know, the entire area will be monitored?
Yes, 100%. We will always have people on the floor serving and at the same time monitoring the population we have in the building.
In terms of any service that's happening on the lowest level, would it be accurate to say that would only be during like a brewery tour or something? Like that's not intended to be an open floor plan with tables where somebody could, you know, get service down there on a regular basis?
It won't be on a regular basis. It'll be kind of more special event oriented. We will do brewery tours out of the back, but that might not even involve the beer garden being open at that point. So it's really just to support things that the town's doing, mostly special events, things like that. The town's also planning to do a farmer's market out of our parking lot. So we would probably run the beer garden to support that event as well, but it would be on a limited basis.
Do you have any intention of serving food, like you are the one serving the food?
No.
Okay. Do you plan to work with food trucks?
Yes.
Okay. Will you allow food to be brought in from other locations?
Yes.
Okay. So if I wanted to come to the brewery, I could order carry out from somewhere on Lorenzo's and take it into the brewery. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually have a partnership with Lorenzo's that'll allow you to order your pizza at our place and they'll deliver it for you.
Even easier. Have you thought about your anticipated days and hours of operation?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the board?
Absolutely. So we will be closed Monday and Tuesday. We will be open on Wednesday, 3 to 8, Thursday, 3 to 8, Friday, 3 to 9, Saturday, 12 to 9, and Sunday, 12 to 8.
And you understand that under state law, you're limited to not be open later than 10 o'clock anyhow?
Yep, state law is 10 to 10.
Okay. You have applied for this license under an LLC called Liquidity AW, correct?
Correct.
Are you a member of that LLC?
Yes.
Are there other members of that LLC?
Yes.
All right, who are they?
The other members are William Devers, my dad, Raymond Signal Sr., and my father-in-law, Michael Livesay.
Okay. What is your percentage of ownership interest in the LLC?
My percentage of ownership is 75.1%.
Okay. Will you play, well, let me ask you first. What full-time career are you transitioning from to do this brewery?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now I work for a large multinational engineering firm called WSP. We do civil, structural, environmental, property buildings. Basically, if it's engineering, we do it. I am a vice president in office in Columbia here in Maryland. And we primarily deal with property and building side of things. We do mechanical, electrical, plumbing design for mostly the hospital sector.
And in starting the brewery, will you play an active role in the day-to-day operation of this business?
Absolutely.
Can you explain what your role in the business will be?
Yep. So I will be there between 5 and 7 days a week, and when I'm not there, William will be there, supporting, managing, generally overseeing operations. William is more of the brewing side of the business, so he'll be essentially the brewmaster owner, and I'm more of the sales, bookkeeper, and all things spreadsheet related, I guess. But I'll also be helping William do all the brewing. We're a two-man team. We share responsibility, and one of us will be there anytime it's open to the public, and even when it's not open to the public, when we're running the brewing.
You kind of, you in a nutshell explained your relationship with the other members of the LLC, but can you explain your relationship with William, aka who I've been calling Billy?
Of course. So I've known Billy for 20 years. Our relationship goes back to college when he was friends with my wife. So we've known each other for a very long time. He has wanted to do this for even longer than I have. And when I started to formulate this and get things together, I asked him if he'd be interested in partnering up with me, and he was more than happy to do that, thankfully. And for the past year or more, we've basically been in some sort of active planning to make this thing a reality. Like I said, he's more the brewery operations side of things, and I'm more of the bookkeeper. But again, as a two-man team, we're gonna have to do everything, and as we staff up, we can start to think about shedding some of those responsibilities to other management level staff and things like that.
Do you intend to be alcohol awareness training certified?
Yep, absolutely. So we will be, well, I am currently registered in the STARS program. The STARS program is a TIPS equivalent for the brewery industry. It is recognized by the state of Maryland. I will say that our insurance requires that everyone who serves alcohol is TIPS, STARS, or equivalent certified. So we will get everyone who is working and serving certified before they begin that activity. I am hoping to be finished the training by Friday of this week.
And that training, I'm not sure how familiar the board is with that, but that training covers similar information as TIPS training in terms of how to card, how to spot an intoxicated person, and those big aspects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you said that is recognized by the state, correct?
It is, yep, and pushed by the Brewery Association of Maryland.
Have you, in addition, you just stated that all staff who serves will be TIPS or STAR certified. In addition to that certification and that training program, have you and Billy discussed an in-house training program that you'll put employees through?
Yeah, we have, and I printed it out so I don't screw this up.
Can you just walk us through what that looks like?
Yeah,
and the details of that?
Absolutely. So we talked about the STARS or TIPS training. We'll probably be doing STARS for most of the people. It's a little more accessible. It's an online program. But everyone, as soon as they come in, before they really come in, will have to do that training. We're also going to have a couple different things that we do to make sure that people are aware of rules and regs. So we're going to have a notice of rules and diversion program associated with the state diversion program. So we'll have training material associated with that the employee will have to sign after reading it. We'll also have a vertical ID and carding policy that the employee will have to sign.
Pause. What is the vertical ID policy?
So the vertical ID policy is that we will not accept vertical IDs. We also will be carding everyone who walks through the door.
Okay. And sorry, not to interrupt you again, but the diversion program, you're referring to the diversion program that this board has with the Carroll County State's Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry,
do you
go
want me to
ahead.
continue?
Yes, continue.
So we also will make all the employees become familiar with Carroll County Liquor Board's rules and regs. So we will have another basically pamphlet and thing for our employees to sign after they've reviewed the applicable rules and regs. Then we'll have things like POS instruction, just to get them up on how to operate our POS system and things like that. And then finally, we're gonna have every employee shadow somebody for a period of time. Because we're gonna kind of be very shift oriented. I didn't wanna put that in days, so it's a minimum of 16 hours of shadow time with an employee who's already gone through the training program.
Okay. Do you have, I mean, you spoke about, at any time you'll have 4 employees. Do you have people in mind? Have you started hiring? What's the status of that?
So we do have some people in mind. We have not started the hiring search in perpetuity. But we do have some people that have already basically volunteered to come work for us, which is great. We completely appreciate that. We do have some people in mind for some of our more important roles, like taproom manager, and the more managerial positions. So we're actively searching those out and trying to get those people onboarded. And then we'll have a more formal, just general kind of search for taproom employees, servers, bartenders, and things like that.
Do you have any anticipated hopeful opening date?
We do. Right now, I'm putting it at mid-May, so May 15th, if you want to think about it that way. We've actually gotten a lot of the paperwork done, and it's really a matter of getting the building finished. So we have gone through first round of permitting with Carroll County. We're actually going back in with our responses this week. And then with the lead time issues that almost everybody's experiencing, getting certain things, it kind of makes it tough to really nail down that final date. But right now we're saying mid-May.
And you heard me state this in my introduction, but I'll ask you, are you requesting permission from this board to be able to sell product for off-premises consumption?
Yes.
Okay. And you also, concurrent with this application, submitted an application for a growler permit, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What type of product would you, I mean, well, I guess I shouldn't say what type, like, how is the product that you would sell for off-premises consumption packaged?
Yeah, so we're planning on doing 2 types of off-premise consumption sales. One is cans, and then the other would be growlers. Whether cans or growlers will have the appropriate warning labels and notifications. They'll all be tagged with our logo and our name. Growlers will be sealed. Basically all the things that Carroll County rules and regs requires for growler sales.
Well, and I was also, I think you were kind of leading into this, but I'll ask you, you understand that you're also subject to any restrictions that the state law imposes on any sale of off-premises, of beverages for off-premises consumption as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You understand, and I've explained to you, that even though you've applied for this license as an LLC, that you are personally responsible for purposes of this liquor board and this liquor license, is that correct?
That is correct.
You are familiar with and have reviewed the Carroll County rules and regulations, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And are you willing to comply with those regulations?
Yes.
Those are my only questions of Mr. Tignall.
Mr.
I'm still pursuing.
While you're still pursuing it, I've got a couple questions. How much water do you expect to consume? And do you need a permit, and maybe you already got it, from the town for appropriation of water?
That's a great question and very timely since I was talking to our landlord about this today. So we're going to hit, my estimate is a peak daily usage of about 1,111 gallons per day for brewery side. We are currently working with the town right now to get a water allocation for the building. Our landlord's doing that through his civil engineer.
So you don't actually have a permit this time for an allocation of X number of gallons?
We do not know. We've had conversations with the town about it, but we don't have their formal approval yet.
Second question is, I assume you have a business plan.
Yes, we do.
For how long?
So I have projections by month for the next 5 years.
And among those plans, are there any plans or indications in there that you have a Class D license now?
No.
To include any future alcohol sales or food sales per se that would indicate that you need a different class of license?
No, sir, our business plan does not anticipate any food sales. It also doesn't anticipate a need for a change in license class.
Remember, you're on record.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen?
Mr. Tigno, is this in an old bank?
It is, yes.
The basement floor, does that open out to the proposed beer garden?
Yes, it does.
Okay. That's the only question I have this second. If,
I have a question for you while Mr. Barnhart's looking up his information. So you describe having a pull-through type service where a window where they could get beer. Is that, explain to me if you don't mind how that would work.
Sure, absolutely. So because it's an old bank building, it does have a drive-through, non-functional at this point, but we thought it would be interesting if people could walk up to the drive-through as a point of service location.
So it's only walk-up only?
Absolutely, yeah.
Great.
There won't be any, there's no actual cars driving through. Everything will be cordoned off, and it's in the parking lot, but we won't allow cars anywhere near the people.
Great. And how many points of service are you gonna have in this brewery?
Just two.
Just two?
Yep.
And they will be open, both of them will be open during your hours of operation?
Potentially, yes. The drive-through will not be open nearly as often. When we're open to the public, the first floor bar location will always be open.
Okay, and my other question is, you had mentioned that you will have a card everyone that comes through the door policy. As these breweries get very popular and very crowded, and there's a lot of people coming in there, how are you gonna operate there? Are you gonna have a doorman, or are you gonna only card people that come up and try to purchase beer?
Yeah, so I guess I should have been clearer on that. We're not gonna card at the door, at least we don't plan on doing that at this point. We will card everyone who is purchasing beer, whether that's at table service or at the bar.
Okay.
But you will have table service, but will you also have service at the bar other than servers?
Yes. Yeah, we'll have seating at the bar, and if, I guess people want to walk up, although I would hope our table servers are doing a good enough job that they wouldn't need to, they will have walk-up service at the bar.
Who's your brewmaster gonna be?
Billy right here.
And what is your expected specific gravity of the beers that you're gonna be producing?
It'll be all over the place a little bit. You know, a lot of people are making some pretty high alcohol content beers, so their specific gravity is up in the, 1.018
Okay.
or higher. We won't be, 0.08 or higher. We won't be up there very much. We're gonna always go down to somewhere in the 010 kind of range, and that'll typically produce beers in the range of 5 to 7, 8%, somewhere in
Okay.
there.
Thank you.
Can you describe your beer garden, how that will be set up?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna, because it is in the parking lot or driveway, if you wanna think about it that way, we're gonna basically provide some fencing, provide a little bit of seating out there. We'll use actually the drive-through as a covered seating space. And then we are just gonna have some small outdoor, like, lounge type furniture and things like that for people to sit at.
And the, it's cordoned off from the adjoining parking lot, how? Or have you thought that through yet, or?
Yeah, we'll use some nice looking kind of temporary fencing. I don't think we want to start digging into the asphalt, but we'll set something up to make it clear that that's a separate area. And we'll have appropriate signage telling people you can't leave this area with alcohol and things like that.
Any other questions this time?
No, not this time.
Ms. Kelly, you can move on.
Thank you. I would like to call Mr. William Devers. I will refer to him as Billy because that's how I've come accustomed to calling him. So, Billy, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name and spelling your last name and your address for the record, please?
I am William Devers. My last name is spelled D as in David, E-A, V as in Victor, E-R-S. I live at 4311 Wendy Court in Monrovia, Maryland. Zip code 21770.
And is it true and accurate that you signed the application package that's before this board requesting a Class D beer-only license?
That is true.
I'm going to keep his questioning pretty short with the understanding that you might have many follow-ups, but Mr. Devers, were you present and did you hear all of Mr. Tignall's testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that all accurate and true to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so you've been engaged in developing a business plan and all of the characteristics of that and the LLC that Mr. Tignall testified to are accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Tignall said that you will be the brewmaster. Is that an accurate description of your role in the business?
That is correct.
Will you go through the same certification, the STAR program certification that Mr. Tignall spoke about?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please tell us your percentage of ownership interest in the LLC?
My percentage of ownership is 10%.
Okay. Those are my only formal questions of Mr. Devers.
Gentlemen, questions of Mr. Devers?
Well, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Tignall for a second, since Mr. Devers just testified that he has a 10% pecuniary interest. I think you have around 74.
75.1.
75.1?
Yes, sir.
And the rest is owned by the other two gentlemen that you described as members of the LLC?
That is correct. Raymond Tignall Sr. owns 5%, and Michael Livesey owns 9.9.
Thank you.
Mr. Devers, how long have you been a brewmaster?
I have been homebrewing since 2007.
Okay. But have you worked for any other brewery or?
No, I have not. My current career is I am a military cable engineer for a company called American Computer Development in Frederick.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a logo yet?
We do. Not sure if
I
it's
was
on
gonna say, I don't know if we
anything,
can.
but it's on that.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty small.
They're listed in Google Maps too, already.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's basically a beer bottle with a tie.
Beer bottle with what?
A tie.
Like a necktie.
I thought you said tie. I don't see a tie.
It's probably not the most crisp quality image.
It's there.
So on your product that you want to sell for off-premise consumption, you want to do a can and a growler?
Yes.
And the cans will, I assume will have a logo like that on it to identify the product, and growler as well?
Absolutely.
Is that your thought?
Yep.
That is also a requirement by the state.
We will allow people to bring other growlers in for fills, but we'll check those growlers to make sure that they're properly attributed and they have all the required health and safety and wash requirements and all that kind of language.
And these are ones they bought from you previously?
Well, absolutely, we will fill up our own.
But can they be, can the growlers be purchased someplace else and then come into your establishment and get your beer?
Yes, as long as they meet the requirements of the Carroll County Liquor Board and the state.
Thank you.
Mr. Devers, do you have a specialty in some type of beer that you produce, like Belgian strong ales or IPAs or wheats?
My personal preference is IPAs, but I have brewed many different kinds over the years.
Okay.
Have either of you held a license before to sell alcoholic beverages?
No, sir.
Or even to manufacture alcoholic beverages?
No, sir.
So neither one of you have really any alcohol experience as far as selling alcohol. Is that fair to say?
I do not.
Not really. I did work as a busboy in a restaurant when I was 15, but I don't think that gives me a whole lot
So
of
your
experience.
experience is with the empty bottles.
Yes, that is true. I was cleanup only.
And your policy will be not to accept vertical IDs?
That is correct.
And you'll have signage perhaps in your business saying?
Absolutely. We'll have signage that's customer forward so that they understand that we don't accept those, and we will have signage server and bartender forward to make sure that they are aware of the policy and do not accept the vertical ID.
And how far along are you on the remodeling and the alterations or whatever you're doing there?
So I am hopeful that we will have our permit in hand by next week. And that will allow us to really start the renovation process in earnest. We've been doing some things like acquiring long lead item equipment and parts and pieces just to pre-stage for the actual renovation itself. But I'm very hopeful that next week we'll be in there working.
Do you have your brewing apparatus yet?
So our brew house is actually in production. We bought it from a company named Alpha.
Okay.
They're out of the Midwest. So that is in production right now. We actually received our shipment of fermentation tanks, spray tanks, and serve tanks a week ago, and in a harrowing experience, moved those to a temporary storage location.
Okay. Nice. And you have all the brewing apparatus that you need to start?
Yes,
You're
we
not
do.
waiting for anything in particular?
As soon as the brew house comes with a bunch of additional ancillary equipment, we will be completely fit out and ready to go.
In mid-May? That was your thought?
Yep.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
No, not at this time.
If not, do you have any other witnesses?
I
Character
do, I have character witnesses here. If
Okay.
if it is amenable to the board, I can call 3 of them at one time. There's one person here to testify for both of them, and then one person each separately. So if it's okay with you, I'm happy to call them all 3 at the same time, or call them one by one.
Let's get on with
All right, why don't you all just line up at the microphone?
it. Who's singing
Okay.
bass?
Well, one one at a time. One at a time. Sorry.
Sorry.
More like in a line, not like
Okay.
All right. Can we start with stating your name and address, spelling your last name for the board, please?
Good afternoon, Matthew Herf, H-U-R as in Robert, F as in Frank, F as in Frank. My address is 2088 Mountain Ash Court in Hampstead, 21074.
And Matthew, who are you here as a character reference for?
I'm a character witness for both Mr. Tignall and Mr. Devers.
Okay. And so can you start by explaining how you know Ray, whether it's socially or through work?
I know Mr. Tignall for socially.
Okay. And how do you know Billy?
I know Billy socially as well.
Do you find Ray to be an honest and trustworthy person?
I do.
And do you find him to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do. I have 10-year-old twins, and I've trusted him to take one or either of them at any time, and it's always worked out.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I always give them back.
Are you familiar with the location that they've applied for?
I'm familiar with the location.
Okay, and do you think that it will be a benefit to have a brewery at that location?
I do. I think it'll be a great addition to downtown Mount Airy.
Okay. Now, speaking to Mr. Devers, do you find him to be an honest and reliable person?
I do.
And do you believe that he is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I do. I've known him for many years, and I would say the same about Mr. Devers.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my only questions of Mr. Herf.
Thank you.
And that's the board. Okay. Please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record.
I'm Travis Spicer, S-P-I-C-E-R, and it's 806 Uniontown Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
All right, Travis. And who are you here as a character reference for today?
Billy Devers.
Okay. And can you tell us how you know Mr. Devers?
I met him where I currently work, probably 10 to 15 years ago.
Okay. And do you find him to be an honest and reliable person?
Absolutely.
And do you believe that he is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with the brewery location that they've spoken about?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions for Mr. Spicer. Okay. Please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record.
Dan Burzak, B-I-R-Z-A-K, 4223 Iroquois Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Okay, Dan. And can you tell us who you are here for as a character witness?
Raymond Tignall,
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Tignall?
about 5 years.
And do you know him socially or through work? Or
Socially.
how do you know? Okay. Do you find Mr. Tignall to be an honest and reliable person?
Yes.
Do you believe that he is a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the brewery location that we've spoken about?
Yes.
Do you believe that it will be an asset to have a brewery at that location?
Absolutely.
Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Questions on? Since all three of you testified, is there anything bad about any of them?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I do not.
You may proceed.
That concludes my testimony for today, unless the board has any follow-up questions of myself or the applicants.
So, Inspector Benford, speak now, forever hold your peace, if you have anything to say.
I think it would do wonders down Mount Airy. I think it'd be a good area for that business to thrive. Welcome into Carroll County.
There's no other testimony. Testimony is closed at this time, and we will move to final remarks.
Very brief final remarks for you. I think that you have sitting before you two very qualified applicants with an excellent business plan. I personally and professionally am excited to see another brewery come to Carroll County. It's something that I am a customer of in the county, and I think it's a great asset to the community, and I do think that that Mount Airy is a good location for an additional brewery, because we do have them scattered throughout the county, and currently there is not a brewery in Mount Airy. So I do believe that that will serve this area, and that you have, like I said, very qualified applicants here before you with a solid business plan, who have really thought this through and take it seriously and understand the seriousness of holding a liquor license. And with that, I would ask that you grant the Class D beer-only license with the ability to sell off-premises for off-premises consumption. So, thank you.
Inspector, any final remarks?
No comment.
With that, testimony is closed, and we will now discuss the merits of the application. Gentlemen, you have heard all the testimony and comments. Your final thoughts?
Mr. Barnhart, I personally find them both qualified and fit and proper to hold a liquor license, both Mr. Devers and Mr. Tignall. It's a very popular upcoming business, these breweries. I think if Mount Airy doesn't have one, I think it'd be an excellent place to have one for the community.
All right, well, I agree with you, Mr. Harmony. I agree with everything that Ms. Miller said in her closing remarks. So, yeah, I think that the testimony is clear from the applicants and from the witnesses that you're reliable gentlemen, you're trustworthy gentlemen, and you're fit and proper people to hold a liquor license in Carroll County. As Ms. Miller remarked, it sounds to me like you have a solid business plan. There are several things I do like about your testimony, obviously, that you have a policy of not accepting vertical licenses, which sometimes this board finds to cause people some trouble as they appear before us. And I think that you are going to be, you're going to create an excellent asset for the community. The Liquidity Ale House. And I would be prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, if that's acceptable.
Please proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, in the case of 6378, which is an application for a new Class D beer-only liquor license to be issued to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers for the use of Liquidity AW LLC, trading as Liquidity Ale Works, I move that the application be approved, and that it be approved to include off-premise consumption of the product. Also, of course, I would add that the application is subject to the necessary approvals that you need from the city and perhaps the county and any other governmental agency, but I'm hopeful that you'll get them. And that is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion has been properly made. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Motion has been properly made and seconded that this board approve an application for a new Class D beer-only liquor license to be issued to Raymond Tignall Jr. and William Devers for the use of Liquidity AW LLC, trading as Liquidity Ale Marks at 8 North Main Street in Mount Airy, Maryland, with the understanding that all proper governmental agency procedures and so forth have been approved. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen. We look forward to you having a very successful business, and best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Just one question. What's the population of Mount Airy? Does anybody know?
It's about 10,000 within the town limits.
So based upon a Class D license, requires 1 per 5,000.
There's no other Class Ds in Mount Airy.
And if I didn't confirm that as the first thing, I'd be a bad lawyer.
Yeah, we assume that you took care of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Kelly,
Might I say, though, perhaps we need to have a brewery license just to see.
I always assume, and I probably shouldn't say that, when you come before this board, your homework is complete.
Thank you.
Not only from your own violation, but from another gentleman who has been responsible for your being here.
Well, if you'd like to give him credit, I'm sure he would love that. Thank you.
Please pass it along.
I will.
Thank you all very much.
Thank
and
you
good
very
luck.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5-minute recess before we resume. Okay, folks, we're back in session. I assume these are Mr. Appling?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, do you know why we asked that you would come speak to us?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened and what you have, actions you may have taken to prevent this type of engagement?
Yes, sir.
Certainly.
Within my understanding from the opening on December 16th, official opening, we had a couple of soft openings the first couple weekends of December of 2021. Was brought to our attention by Inspector Keith Benford and Chief Snyder from the Hampstead Police that there were 3 DUIs which from the individuals that were pulled over had referenced that they had left our establishment at some point that evening. One individual, I'm not sure how much information you would like me to share. The one individual had 2 drinks and my understanding refused the breathalyzer. There was another individual that we did stop serving when instructed to him. He told us that his girlfriend was driving him home, but that is not the case. When he was pulled over, we had not seen him in the establishment for 2 months since then. And then there was another young lady that is the cousin of one of my servers at the Hampstead location that left the establishment and got into an accident later that evening, approximately 12:43, if I'm not mistaken, Christmas Eve. The concern I have with that was that we closed our establishment at 11 p.m. that night, so I'm not sure where the hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes happened. With those 3 incidents and talking to Inspector Benford, we have since put in action what is called a incident report form, where when we do stop service or recommend stopping service, whether or not we ask if they have their own ride. We've instructed all servers and bartenders to fill out this form and describe everything from the appearance of the gentleman or woman, for that matter, and then we print out the check, we staple it to it, and then the interaction that we have with that guest. As you can see, I brought a folder full of them. We have had some benefits from that. We haven't had a recent one since the middle of February, which is we're training our guests that they can't get overserved here, and our staff as well. Currently, I have 20 employees on staff right now, with all but 6 of them TIP, RAM, or TAM certified. We are in the process of getting a certification for the 6 new hires that I've brought on. We are partnering up with Hampstead Liquor and Main Street Liquor to be able to accommodate with them, to be able to have the neighborhood, the block where that Robertsfield Shopping Center is, so everybody's on the same page. I spoke to Mr. Eric Solito about getting involved with that. We have signs posted throughout the bar now. If you feel like you are unable to drive, please let us know and we will find you a safe way home, whether it's one of us or an Uber. We have put up signs where you are not permitted to take alcohol outside, even if you want to smoke a cigarette out on our front stoop. And then it is a constant communication every shift that we work, where we talk to the staff, inform the staff of the importance of it. We want our guests to have a fun but safe time, and we want the employees to have a fun and safe time.
Of the 3 incidents that have been given to us, the first one was on a Friday, December the 10th, the next one the following Saturday, and the third one the following Saturday. And going back to the first one, they blew a .22, which is almost 3 times what the minimum is. And according to the sheet we have here, it says a 32-ounce Miller Lite. Now, you've only been open, what, since December?
December, and not to cut you off, but I find that interesting because we don't serve 32-ounce Miller Lights. We have pints and we have glass bottle, 12-ounce bottles.
Well, I'm just reading
Yes, sir.
from the report that we have here, but
We understand.
it's
Yes.
immaterial whether it was 32-ounce bottle or whatever it was. It
Yes, sir.
doesn't particularly matter to me. If somebody, what is your procedure if somebody blew a .022? And this occurred sometime prior to midnight, and you close, you said, at 11?
Roughly 11, depending upon the business. We have the license to be able to serve till 2, but since then, we've done $250,000, and after 11 o'clock, of that time, since we've been open, we've only done $1,100 in sales. So we're usually shut down by 11 at the latest, 11 p.m.
But my point being, this actually occurred the first month that you were open, if it was in December.
Yes, sir.
What type of training did your bartenders or servers have prior to your opening and consequently after your opening, since this is pretty short time?
Yes, sir. When I did the interviewing process, any bartenders that I brought in at that moment, one of the questions I would ask, and they had to show proof, would be their alcohol management training, whether it be RAM, TAM, TIPS, some type of certification that is active and not expired. And all hired at that point had that, so we could get the doors open to be able to open as far as bartenders go. Now, as far as servers go, that was not necessarily the case because I needed servers to get the building open, but as I've stated previously, we are in the process of providing a training certification for those that do not have active alcohol training.
Do you have any other establishments?
Yes, sir. I have one in Towson.
How long has that been up?
We opened November of 2018. And this past summer, I want to say July, August, we did a training for that store to re-up anybody that had not been trained. But we were not open at this establishment. We had not hired anybody for the Hampstead location.
Have you had any violations at the other store?
No, sir, we have not.
To your knowledge, do you know if you've been checked?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We get checked all the time.
A little different than what they checked in Carroll County.
Yes, sir.
A little more serious violations. Then the second violation and the third violation says 2 beers or a few beers. What's a few beers? How many drinks would you serve a patron in an hour?
The most we would do is 2. I know the body has an hour to be able to absolve the alcohol in yourself. So.
2 beers.
Yes.
You have a limit of 2 beverages an hour?
We try to accommodate that, yes, sir.
That's playing it safe, I think.
Yes, sir.
It's a good policy to avoid this type of problem.
Yes, sir. We're much more of a restaurant. Our sales of that 250 I've stated, 58% is food, 42% is liquor, beer, wine.
Yeah.
So it's a lot more of a restaurant as opposed to a bar. And based on this, I mean, it was, to be frank, it was a kick in the gut. A little bit different than what I'm used to be fair. And we're taking it very seriously because, like I said, our safety of our guests and and my employees are top line.
What is your restaurant in Towson called?
C&R Pub
Same
as well.
thing,
Yes, sir.
C&R Pub.
Where is it located?
Right on Pennsylvania Avenue, right by where the old movie theater used to be in Towson Commons, right across from the Elks Lodge.
Other questions, Joe? Comments?
No, I don't have any.
We appreciate you coming in here and certainly want to see you successful, but these type of reports kind of raise alarms. This is quite unusual. Within 60 days or so of 3 violations, DUIs, purportedly from your patrons. Kind of raises a red flag. I assume that, as you mentioned, you have a training program for everybody that handles alcohol. Do you accept vertical license?
No, sir. Absolutely not. I don't accept them in my other bar as well. I want to add, we also added a doorman on our busier nights to help alleviate some of that pressure from the bartenders, and we do card at the door when we have the doorman. So that way, and then I've also instructed my servers and my bartenders that they are to card too. That way there's a double, because you can't be more, you can't be over carding, in my opinion.
What is your carding policy?
I'm sorry?
Your carding policy?
Everybody, anybody that walks in,
Card everybody?
even this gentleman here.
So when you have a doorman there, does he use wristbands after he cards, so the bartenders can identify who's been carded and is over 21?
No, sir, we do not, to be honest. He lets it's a very small establishment, so he's right by the bar and he'll let them know, but that is something we can definitely institute immediately. Because like I said, most of the time, we have it from usually music night, he'll be in by 7, and we're usually shut down by 11. The kitchen closes at 10, 10:30, so it's always families coming in. We don't have an we're done by 11 o'clock most nights.
So if a 19-year-old would come to the door and get carded by the doorman, they can still enter?
Yes, because the kitchen's still open, yes, sir.
Okay.
What are your hours?
We open at 11 a.m. every day, and then we shut down by midnight on Friday and Saturday when live music's over. During the week, it's 10 p.m.
How's business?
We're pleasantly happy, to be honest. It's hopefully, from what we're seeing on social media and the feedback, overall it's being very well received. We have our challenges, but that's in everything. But we're very happy. It's nice to be home. I grew up in Hampstead, so it's nice to be home.
Do you have any specials, like 2-for-1s or anything?
No. We do run a happy hour, but it's not 2-for-1s or anything like that. It's like 50 cents off of instead of $5, it's $4.50 or something.
I have none.
As I mentioned, thank you very much for coming in. We wish you the best. Hopefully, you have taken the proper steps, or additional steps, I should say, to prevent this type of unusual circumstances for patrons, and wish you continued success and business success, and hope we don't have the pleasure of your company here for anything like this again.
Yes, sir.
As do we.
So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay.
Continued success in your business. We appreciate you doing business in Carroll County.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too. I'll see you, sir.
With that, next scheduled agenda item, Mr. Brewer from Blaze Pizza, have you rectified all the questions that we had and your lease and so on and so forth? Please be seated. I guess, Joe, we need them sworn in or not? It's a continuance of the case.
Yes, we do.
To be on the safe side, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. Be seated. If I remember correctly, there were some questions, legal questions about the lease and who the holder of this license would be, and what the relationship was between the license applicant and in an agreement with the Blaze Pizza people, I guess, or home office, or whatever you wanna call them. What did you find out, sir?
Yeah, so I spent some quality time with them, and we got an understanding there. But as we sat down, Don and I, we looked at her initial investment she already had. She already had $3,000 into it. She put another $2,000 in, which satisfies the $5,000 threshold. We already had our internal document to protect her against the 10%, so we feel that it's clearly stated in the document that we submitted to the court that she is directly attached to Restaurant, Retail, and Real Estate LLC, and we're proud of her to be part of our team, and in a way that's more clear to the court.
Okay.
Well, correct me, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm wrong. I don't think that was the only question that we had. There was a question
I don't recall a question about the lease.
regarding the relationship between the licensee and the corporation.
Right. Yes. As I recall, the question was that the resident agent, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you want to have everybody identify
I'm
themselves?
sorry, yes. State your names and addresses for the record, please.
Donna B. Miller, 388 Hawthorne Court, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Donna Miller, right?
B. Miller,
Oh, B.
B-I-E. M-I-L-L-E-R. I know it's confusing.
So it was my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that our essential question was Ms. B. Miller, right? B. Miller? Was to be the resident agent. But the question was, did she have the sufficient ownership interest as required by our rules to assume that position? Especially in light of the fact that maybe the franchising company had a prohibition against her involvement in your business. And Mr. Brewer has testified that that's resolved with his company's relationship with the franchising company. That they gave the go-ahead to make Ms. B. Miller a part owner to sufficiently cover the requirement of a resident agent by our liquor board licenses.
And that's the only thing in the minutes, is that you were questioning.
So long
Well,
as
the
not.
three-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The $5,000 was questioned, but I'm still not convinced. That was not the major reason. There was language in the lease agreement between Mr. Newman's operation and Blaze Pizza, the parent corporation, that whether she or somebody else could be a licensee in some manner, and I'm not a lawyer like you have mentioned there, Mr. Barnhart mentioned here, but I thought the major question was whether she could be a resident agent under the wording of the agreements that were presented to us. And you're telling me that that's been rectified. The $5,000 she just had to come up with $2,000. I understand that, but I don't think that was the major question. I think the major question was, and I might not know what I'm talking about, was something to do with the wording of the contract between whatever the operating agency is and Blaze Pizza that prohibited somebody else from being part of that.
That's correct. That was the main question. And as an adjunct to that question, there was a document presented in the application that brought question to our mind whether she was legally part of the corporation in a sufficient manner. This, what I can read, is much more detailed and legal document. It's basically an action by the corporation, whereas the other one was not. The other one was just kind of an informal letter, I felt. But I think the real question was whether there was a problem with the relationship that Mr. Brewer would have with the company that franchises his company.
Right.
And he just testified that that's been resolved. He had a question about it. He thought it might be prohibited, but I believe he just testified that you discussed that with your umbrella company that franchises Blaze Pizza to you, and that you got to go ahead with this clearer arrangement, that Ms. B. Miller could be have a pecuniary interest in the pizza shop.
Correct.
Okay. That was
And
my
I can
understanding
add-
of the issue last time.
I can add something to 10,000 feet. There is no language in my FDD, which is my franchise disclosure agreement, that prohibits me
Right.
from doing whatever I want with restaurant, retail, and real estate, which is the parent company of Fire Restaurant Group. So what I was speaking to is they frown upon it because they were afraid that that we would then go get more than 51%, but there's no language that prohibits it. So you won't see anything in any contractual agreement between myself and Blaze Pizza that prohibits me having any partners that I want.
Right, and that was
Right.
discussed last
Right.
time, and you were going to
Correct.
clear it up, and so this document is not prohibited by
Correct,
another contractual arrangement that you have.
correct.
Yeah. So that cleared up the one question for the board, whether you could do this. And it looks like you can make Ms. B. Miller have an equitable interest in your company, which I think that this does. And I think that Mr. Dixon has reviewed this. And
Yes.
He might want to offer an opinion as well.
Just to keep it simple, what we dealt with last time was whether the entity is getting the liquor license, whether Ms. B. Miller had a role in the entity that's getting the liquor license. And now, with that document, she has a interest in the entity that's getting that liquor license, so.
Right, and that would satisfy our requirement in here,
Right.
as an agent. Okay.
Right.
So we have complied, I say we, you have complied and answered the questions that we had to the satisfaction of my colleagues and our legal advice, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the next step that we have is to decide whether we feel that they should have a alcoholic beverage license. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And before we vote on that, there was some discussion about the need for a Class B license. And if I remember correctly, you were gonna check with some of the other franchisees to see what liquor sales might be with them. Am I not correct?
Right, there was a question, I think, this gentleman said that he was intending just to use a license for the sale of beer and wine in conjunction with the pizza, and that the request for a liquor license was something he was being preemptively, maybe down the road, he might want to do that. But the actual application was for beer, wine, liquor. And I think the board had a question about.
The need for the
Yeah.
need.
Right.
So you have still the same opinion that you feel there may be a need for a Class B license?
So, we will most likely never sell liquor, which was my original statement when I came here first. When I was talking to other authorities with legal license, including people in Carroll County, the difference between getting a beer and wine financially, beer and wine and liquor license, was so nominal that I just said, why don't I get it now, just in case I ever need it, as opposed to trying to start the application process over is what we talked about the first time, and it will start a whole new application if sometime in the future I did want to apply. So it just made more sense at the time to have the ability to have it and not need it, as opposed to need it and not have it or something like that. So financially, I made that decision, even though I knew that in our restaurant, it will never, ever, it would never sell liquor. I can almost say that with a high degree of certainty. None of the other blazes carry it. So it was a financial decision more than a decision to give me to sell it as a offering item for our guests.
So I guess one of the things that we thought was that, I'll speak for myself. So this board issues licenses in connection with alcoholic beverages in Carroll County, and I'm just not of the opinion that we should issue broader licenses than we should for a particular establishment. I think we should tailor what we issue to what the establishment needs and what the establishment wants. And you're testifying that it's highly unlikely that you'll ever need a beer, wine, liquor, but you need a beer, wine. That's my thought on that. Beer, wine would be more appropriate from my point of view, although it's, I can certainly be persuaded by argument different.
I would agree with you, Mr. Barnhart. I think if your intention is beer and wine, which typically that type of establishment is a beer and wine establishment, that I would stick to just the beer and wine. I believe the beer, wine, liquor brings you to a little bit different level of responsibility. So I would personally like to see you stick to the beer, wine.
The application has been made for Class B, correct?
Well,
Class B,
everything's
Class B.
beer,
But
wine,
there's
liquor.
a Class
Class
B
B.
beer, wine, and Class B beer, wine, liquor.
Okay.
May I say something about the financial part of it?
No, but go ahead.
If you get the Class B with beer, wine, liquor, that's gonna cost you $1,500 every year. If you get the Class beer and wine 7-day, that's $1,000 every year. If you had to come back at some point and ask for beer, wine, and liquor, that would be a $500 application. As long as you have beer, wine, and liquor, you're gonna be paying $500 more than you need to every year. So you might wanna think about that.
So for my thank you, first of all.
Sure.
So for my clarity, and here's where, if at some point through this journey that there was a reason for us to add liquor to our menu, would that require the initiation of an entire new process like this? To go through the process from cradle to grave again? Or would it be a addition to the existing beer and wine license?
You would have a hearing, but it would be for an upgrade. You wouldn't have to start from scratch.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
You'd already have the A and the B, but you would just need to add the C.
Understood.
Be a new hearing,
Mhm.
but you wouldn't have to go back to A to get to C.
Okay.
I may be complicating things.
Nope, you made it crystal clear.
Simple.
Crystal clear.
Simple, I say simpler than what you've had to go through the first time.
Crystal clear. So I agree with, and I don't know how the process will work on your end, but I'm comfortable and agree with just having a beer and wine.
So you would be amending your application from a Class B beer, wine, liquor to a Class B beer, wine.
Correct.
That would change fees, maybe?
Yeah, it would change how much he pays annually.
Has he already paid that money?
No, because he doesn't have a license yet.
Ah, okay, so that's right. So he pays it when we issue it. No. So that's a simple resolution, I think. You just, I guess, on the record, amend the application.
So it's your desire to amend your application from a beer, wine, and liquor license to a beer and wine license.
Yes,
at this time?
yes.
Mr. Attorney, what procedure does,
It's been done. It's on the record.
it's on the record, okay. So therefore,
White out. White out
We
the
have
one box
heard-
and check the other box.
we have heard all the testimony and answered, our questions have been answered as to, the, bringing or, handling this case from last month. And we have, in my estimation, at the last meeting, found that these people were proper and fit and proper to hold a liquor license, or an alcoholic beverage license, I should say, based upon testimony here today. And it certainly would be my personal recommendation to approve this application, but I would yield to a motion if it would be proper at this time.
I make a motion, I make a motion to approve, Class B beer and wine, license for Blaze Pizza, with Donna B. Miller as the resident agent.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we approve the amended application from Ken Brewer and Blaze Pizza, to approve the application with the resident agent being Donna B. Miller. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. The ayes have it. Congratulations. I hope we didn't sway your opinion. We just like to convey to you your options and so forth, and wish you the very best and good luck. And now we gotta eat pizza.
Pie Day is Monday. $3.14. Come on in.
I tell you what, somewhere along the line, I had a free pizza thing when you first opened. How did that go? Real good?
Oh, the opening?
Yeah,
Amazing.
good.
This has been a privilege to do business in Carroll County and in Westminster. It's been a privilege for us and our team, so we do appreciate that.
Good. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you.
Anytime if you have any questions, Mr. Newman, please don't
Yeah.
don't hesitate to ask our inspectors or our office. Ms. Vance, if you have any questions or any comments anytime, don't hesitate to ask.
No, I mean the welcome package.
I don't have it.
You do have it?
I do not. They will be getting.
Okay, I thought we had it up here.
I thought you had one here.
I did, I gave it to
Somebody else.
The brewery, and I forgot about, I wasn't thinking ahead enough to realize.
Inspector Benfer has a nice present for you, outlining the ifs, ands, and buts and laws and so on and so forth. So he will be very happy to drop it off at your establishment.
Monday at Pie Day at $3.14.
It's gonna be busy.
Good day to come.
So it's great because you can feed your family of 4 for $15 or less. One day, and think about that with the gas prices right now. It happened at a perfect time. So we'll be talking about that on the news and kind of it's a great opportunity for us to show we care about what's going on in the world and be able to present these pieces to these families at this time. You know, it's did my heart good, so I'm excited about it. All my restaurants will be doing it, so.
Thank you.
Very good. Good.
The CNR is like my neighbor in Towson. That's why I know.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they're my neighbor.
That's how you know them.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get me with them, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
good luck.
Good luck.
Ms.
Thank you so much.
Vance, I have nothing scheduled here on my agenda.
I have nothing else.
Do any members have any comments or any other agenda items? If not, I see that according to the agenda, it has been corrected from the one that I saw on the computer, that our next meeting is not in May, but will be April the 13th at 10 o'clock.
Yes, that's correct.
Hearing no objections, this meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene here on April the 13th.